is complete. On internal power, the launch vehicle is out.
40 seconds away from all the second stage tanks now pressurized.
35 seconds and out. We are still full with the power 30 seconds and out. Astronauts reported full good. 25 seconds. 20 seconds and out.
15 seconds.
12, 11, 10, 9. Ignition sequence starts. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running.
Welcome to the Intermountain Health IRONMAN 70.3 St. George North American Championship. We're here in southwestern Utah, just an hour and a half drive from famous Las Vegas and minutes from the Arizona border. Just an hour's drive from the incredible Zion National Park. Welcome to St. George, Utah, everyone. This is a recreational adventureland and host to today's Ironman North American Championship and the 6th race of the Ironman Pro Series. Well, we've got a great race that's going to be on hand here coming up in just a few moments' time as we anticipate the start in around about 8 minutes' time from now with our men's pros getting underway. Sam Long up there, also Lionel Sanders and Magnus Dietlef, possibly three of the biggest names in men's triathlon, and Paula Finlay on the women's side, the defending champion, has got a great year going already. We've got our pro introductions coming up in just a few seconds, and joining me is Daniela Reif, the 10-time world champion. She'll be coming up in a minute. So let's get underway here. Sam Long, wearing number 1 today, hails out of Tucson, Arizona, where he trains right now with a little bit with Lionel Sanders as well. And talking about Lionel Sanders, here he is right on cue at this point in time here, the Canadian, also having great success here in St. George in the past, having won 4 times. He's up against Magnus Dietlef right now, coming in from Denmark, and that is the tall Danish athlete. He is also on the rise in the world of Ironman and Ironman 70.3 racing here. And there we go. Ben Hamilton also having some great success, ranked number 10 at the moment in the Ironman Pro Series, hailing out of New Zealand. And coming out of Canada, Jackson Laundry with a surprise win a couple of years ago in the Ironman 70.3 Oceanside. And today, one of the athletes to look out for, very consistent, never finished outside of the top 5. Jake Birtwistle from Australia, wearing number 6 today, having good success, 6th place in Ironman 70.3 Geelong, and also, sorry, a little bit better than that, there was 6th place at the Athletic Brewing Oceanside 70.3, and Trevor Foley today will be able to have a great swim and put himself right up there on the bike and the run, a great talent from the USA. Wearing number 8, also representing the United States of America, a fired-up Justin Rial. We know what he can do on the run, that's for sure. But is it the swim and the bike today that'll give him a leg up and put him right into the mix of things? Into the mix of things will be Cameron Worth from Australia. He is an Olympic rower. He was a professional cyclist and a great triathlete. And today, Cameron Worth will be one on the move on the bike. And finishing out the top 10, possibly your early swim leader today from the USA, is Mark Dubrick. And Danielle Reif joining us right now. Danny, a great women's lineup as well.
Absolutely. We have the first number one, Paula Finley. So she's going to be coming from Oceanside, really strong race there. I'm looking forward to see her again. She seems full of confidence, and I'm sure she will show a great performance on one of her favorite races. And then we have number 2, Lotte Wilms from the Netherlands. Also showed already great races this year. She will be hungry to get her chance. Then we have number 3, Chelsea Sodaro. She hasn't raced this year yet, so it's the first race for her, and I'm sure she's also hungry to show a great performance out there. Then we have on number 4, Jackie Herring. She placed second in Oceanside and a strong biker, and so this course will really suit her well. And then number 5, we have Danielle Lewis. She didn't finish in Texas, but placed third in Oceanside, and really excited to see her race on this tough course today. Then number 7, we have Kaidi Ivioa. She placed 5th in Oceanside, and it will be interesting how she can perform today. She's full of smile, and she looks like she's very excited to race. And then we have Lisa Pecheras, another very optimistic athlete, very strong rider, and she could be possibly the strongest rider out there today. And then number 9, Jocelyn McCauley from USA. She's been in the circuit for a long time and placed second in the Ironman New Zealand this year. And then we have number 10, Danielle Fouteau from Canada, another strong athlete, and she is going to try to prove her strong abilities. So an amazing stack today, really great athletes. And then we have number 12, Bataya Bird from the USA.
All right, there we go. Yeah. We got our top 12 athletes there in our women's. Thank you very much, Danny. We've got a big race today that we're going off to. This is the Wahoo race clock about to get underway. Simply powerful it is, but right now we're going to go over to the national anthem of the United States of America with Amanda Hallam.
We're going to kick this off like we do every single Ironman 70.3 race with our national anthem. With us today out of Las Vegas, she's a middle school choir director, and her name is Amanda Hallam with Ava's Avengers is who she's representing today, singing our national anthem. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free Amanda Hallam, that's the way we kick it off. A big
Yes, and a beautiful rendition of the national anthem of the United States of America, just moments away from the Intermountain Health Ironman 70.3 St. George North American Championship in beautiful southwestern Utah today. We'll get to the most beautiful views coming up in just a few moments' time as the red dirt, the fertile dirt of southwestern Utah will really electrify the beautiful landscape of this incredible area here in St. George. The men's race about to get underway. We got temperatures in the water at 17 degrees Celsius and 66.5, and then we're underway with our men's pro start here. And Daniela Reef, a 5-time Ironman world champion, a 5-time Ironman 70.3 champion, and the course record holder on the bike here of a 2:14. Welcome to the show. We are underway.
Thanks, Greg. It's going to be such a great race. We have such a stacked field today, and as they're starting to swim, most likely a little bit of a shock. It's a very cold water, so it will be a tough wake up, but I think they're all very fired up, and it's going to be a big battle for the win today.
Yeah, shock to the system for sure there, Danny, as we get underway. Sand Hollow Reservoir, a place that you've swam many times, one lap out and back here, 1.2 miles. What can people expect to see here with all the action?
Yeah, I think this course is a great course. The swim is very straightforward. You go out, you have 2 turns, and then you come back. So I think the athletes have the advantage now that the sun is already a bit up, so you see a little bit more on when you start earlier. And we have some really, really strong athletes here also for the swim. I think the pace is going to be very fast from the start. Some short course athletes, for example, Jake Birthwhistle, very, very strong swimmer. And we can probably expect him very in the front out there. He's in the cap with the yellow. And then we have Ben Hamilton, but also I think the top favorites with Sam Long and Lionel, maybe not in the front in the swim, but definitely will affect the race later on.
So the cap colours here today, the generic colour is red, the fluoro red there, and we got some colours to let you know about it with some of our favourites wearing yellow today. We have Sam Long from Tucson, Arizona. Also, we got Jake Birtwistle in the yellow cap from Australia. Now, on the orange caps, we've got Magnus Dietlev. Look out for the tall Danish athlete to be right up there in the first part of the swim. And Mark Durbrick. Mark is one of the fastest swimmers on the circuit right now. Look out for him with orange. And then wearing the green cap, Jackson Laundry, the ever-consistent Canadian wearing green with Matthew Marquardt as well, the USA's athlete. We'll get to Matthew Marquardt a little bit later because he did have a couple of little injuries and things to talk about in Ironman Texas just a little while ago. Wearing pearly pink today is Robert Wilkowiec from Poland, and wearing the violet caps, Max Newman from Australia and Matthew Sharp. So just a couple of athletes to keep an eye on out there, Danny, as we're off to a great start. Just wanted to let you know as well that it's a 10-minute break in between our male pro and our female pro, and I want to get your thoughts and ideas around that when we come closer to our women's start today. But for right now, the Intermountain Health Ironman 70.3 St. George North American Championship men's race is underway.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is you're always looking for what's next.
We're not here to sell you on this life. You already chose it. No shortcuts. No hype. Just work. Same as you. Built to outlast. Endure. 40 years in, and we're just getting warmed up. Welcome to the Ohana.
Sand Hollow Reservoir in southwestern Utah, the site of today's swim course here. 1.2 miles in length as we are now just over 5 minutes into our race. Coming up to 6 minutes, 4 minutes away from our women's pro start. Now, Danny, I did really want to talk to you about this. I think the 10-minute break in between the two races here is a great one, a fair distance.
Yes, it's a very fair distance. I think if a woman catches a man for 10 minutes, then I think they probably have to think on the career. So I think 10 minutes is a very fair break between, and that gives the women a fair race to also really push the swim and get a fair chance on hammering the swim.
Yeah, exactly, and then on our women's side of things as well, we got Paula Finlay, Lotta Films, and Chelsea Sodaro. Look out for Jackie Herring, Danielle Lewis, Katie Kivioa, and, you know, some of the fastest swimmers out there as well. So 10 minutes in arrears will be our women's pro start, but right now, off to a good start. Looks like the conditions are fairly good, just a little bit of wind at the moment, Danny, but for the most part, a little bit of a gap opening up right now.
Yes, there's two athletes already making a little bit of a break, and I think that's what some of the strong swim and bikers want to do. They want to really change the dynamic, because we do have also Magnus Ditlev in the field. I wouldn't expect him in the front, but he's also worked really hard on the swim, and I think he's probably one of the strongest riders at the moment. So these two really pushing the pace here, probably wanting to open up a gap so they can get a bit of ahead.
Yep, women's now on the start line, just about ready to get their day started there, Daniela. And just talk a little bit about Magnus Ditlev, Sam Long, Lionel Sanders, the stronger bikers in this field here today. Going to have, quite a good gap on the runners out there. But Lionel Sanders and Magnus Ditlev won't have the deficit that Sam Long has, but is a great dynamic to be watching all day.
Yeah, I think last year Sam was 31st out of the water, and he later won that race. He was 3 minutes 17 back from Magnus, and I think that's about all he can handle, because it's hard to make time back up to Magnus. I think he's one of the strongest riders next to Sam Long, but also Lionel Sanders. I think he's had one of his best races here in 2:21, where we had this big battle, and I'm excited to see what's going to happen today.
Daniela, let's go over and take a look at the Roca swim course map right now and take us through it. Off to a nice start. They out two right-hand turns, Danny.
Yes, so it's pretty straight on. You go out 2 turns and come back, which can help also for if the first turn is not too early. That can help the athletes to make a gap, because in the turns normally the athletes come back together because there's a bit of a mess. And here we see the women getting ready. Actually, I have to correct myself. It's going to be hard vision swimming against the sun. So straight into the sun, and hopefully they learned where to go, because the first buoy is going to be hard to see.
Yeah, the outward leg there, Daniela, is one of the tough ones. We got 55 seconds away from the start of our women's pro race here, the 6th race of the Ironman Pro Series of 2025. And last year's champion, Kat Matthews overall, not on the start line today, but at Ironman Texas just recently. What a great day. She had 8 hours and 24 minutes down there, and Christian Blumenfeld with a 7:24. We'll get to that in a little bit here, but as we stand right now, our female pro notables right there, Paula Finlay, Chelsea Sodaro, coming back from some injuries, some illnesses, and illness that she wasn't taking part in Ironman Texas this year, but she's here. her. She's on the start line and now very excited to get underway with our pro women here at the Intermountain Health Ironman 70.3 St. George, right here in Utah.
And they are off, heart pounding. I'm sure it's going to be, again, hard shock to the system. I think Paula Finley really said before the race, she's so excited. It's one of her favorite races. But as well, I think Jackie Herring really enjoys racing here. She's had some good performances in St. George. She raced here 5 times. And I think having the meet up with Chelsea Sodaro is going to be really exciting. We do have some strong swimmers in the field. What do you think, Greg, who's going to lead this swim today in the women's?
Yeah, I think, Danny, that we've got, Victoria Lopez from Brazil. She's coming off a brilliant WTCS, which is the World Championship Triathlon Series for World Triathlon, and also representing a country at the Olympic Games, just like you did. So, when you come off a career like that, you do have the speed. Then you've also got, Paula Finlay's a good swimmer. She's always near the front of the group here. Chelsea Sodaro should be right up there as well. But I really wanted to ask you a question, Danny, about, Paula Finlay right now. She is just one of the most consistent 70.3 races out there outside of Taylor Knibb and yourself. But you, being in retirement now, Paula Finlay and Taylor Knibb, the 2 top names out there in Ironman 70.3 right now. She's also an incredible cyclist representing her country at the World Cycling Championships in the time trial as well. So for Paula Finlay today, all cylinders are firing right now.
Absolutely. She did some changes with the coach. She's started training a few months ago with a TT cyclist and the EF sport director for the women's cycling team. So I think that change really helped her to also find a new approach and find a lot of confidence. And in the lead-up interviews, she seemed very confident and happy. And that's what she also said, like that's when she races the best. And I think this is going to be she's going to be a little bit more under pressure because she won just a few weeks ago. She won the 70.3 in Oceanside, but I think it seems like she's really excited for that race as well. And it's going to be interesting to see how she does with her new coach. And she said she worked a lot on the bike, trying to get this speed up. And I think today that's going to be important because it's a lot of time trialing with slightly downhill. And so here we are back in the swim. I think that's the men's leader. He's really pushing the pace. Can you spot the cap? It's red or pink?
Yeah, so Daniela, I do think it's Mark Dubrick from the United States. Great swimmer. He's led quite a few races lately and beautiful swimming style here right now. You can see that he's got his head up about every 3rd or 4th stroke just to navigate his way around the course. And as they do that, Daniela, it's very important to know the course beforehand, and especially with an element of looking into the sun, being a deterrent, being an obstacle of some sort.
Absolutely. I mean, you do have the buoys, the sighting buoys that help you. So you have them every few hundred meters on your right shoulder, but you need to know where to go. So what I always used to do is you would spot a rock or something you can focus on. So even you don't really see much, you still know in what direction you have to go. And this will be also important heading back because sometimes here it's not that rough, but it's sometimes harder to see where you're going when you're actually in the water and having foggy goggles and someone also maybe kicking in your feet. We see there's 2 athletes already making a little bit of a gap. So that's going to be they're on a mission. It looks like they're definitely on a mission. They want to break it early and then have the bike ride them for themselves on the bike. And then we have 2 just a little bit further back in a pink cap. Pink cap is probably Robert Wilioweski. Is that possible? And then Yeah, it's
looking
hard
at
to spot.
shots
There's
of
a yellow cap.
shots of our women's race right now. We got two athletes in the lead. We got Mark Dubrick leading our men's race out there at this point in time. But just wanted to talk a little bit about the speed of the race here in Sand Hollow there, Danny. The race record times in the swim. Andy Potts in 2014 swam a 21:49. On the women's side, the record was set in 2021 with Hayley Chura at a 23:50. So they're on good pace right now. The men's are heading on the inward leg, coming back here in Sand Hollow Reservoir, getting ready to finish off the first discipline, 1.2 miles of swimming. And look at this brilliant swimming from our women's leader right now, Daniela. That is a very fast swim rating.
Absolute, very high cadence. So normally high cadence means fast because you in open water swimming you don't really want to feel the water too much. You want to move forward, so that means having a high cadence, especially with the wetsuit that also lifts you up a bit. And also you can see how they kind of almost jump over the water when they take some air. That is definitely also from the wetsuit, that you just lie higher on the water, so you can almost surf on it if you have a certain speed.
Great start for our women's pro division. Looks like a lot of Wilms from the Netherlands sitting in second place right now.
There's no limit to how far a dream can take you. Star in your own adventure now. Qatar Airways.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
Vittoria Lopes leading a lot of films from the Netherlands here, so the Brazilian athlete doing very, very well here in Sand Hollow Reservoir as we got our women's pro race underway. The men are now heading toward the finish line of the swim here. Talking about the swim, Roca, find faster with Roca. And Tridot, better training results in less time with fewer injuries. Danny, off to a great start here with our women's pro race here today. Vittoria Lopes from Brazil, a great racer at the short distance, but now making her home at Ironman 70.3. Off to a fantastic start. Lotte Wilms is sitting right in second place right now, so great for the two ladies to get off to a very, very good start.
Absolutely, they're really going for it. It's great to watch. Really nice technique, really good cadence, and yeah, no holding back. So straight into it. I'm looking forward to see when they get out of the water.
Talking about getting out of the water here, it's going to be Our first swimmer, Mark Dubrick from the United States, having a fantastic swim at the moment. Sand Hollow Reservoir on a beautiful Saturday morning here. It is early spring and it's nice temperatures outside right now, coming up to that 20-degree Celsius mark and also coming up to about 70 on the Fahrenheit scale. It's going to be a nice warm day today, but it is one of the most picturesque courses that you will see in all of the world here. And just so happens to be our 6th race of the Ironman Pro Series for 2025. Stroking it out, Dubrick from the USA looking good.
Yeah, you're talking about warm. I think normally early in the morning it's not too hot yet, so I think the first few kilometers on the bike will be a bit fresh, but today is definitely going to be a really hot day. So at the moment they're still in the chilly water, but they're going to sweat a lot today on the bike and on the run later on.
The wind right now is about 1.5 kilometres out of the east, 27% humidity. UV index is very, very low right now, 66 degrees outside, 17 degrees Celsius. So it's going to be a nice day, nice temperatures for racing. As we look over Sand Hollow Reservoir right now, the men are making their way toward the end of the 1.2 mile swim. No records are going to be broken today. So Andy Potts, he can breathe for another year. His 21.5 minutes is not going to be broken today. But Mark Dubrick, quite a sizable lead there, Daniela, as we get our age group race underway as well.
Yeah, I think there's also Seth Ryder close to Dubrick. Did I see that right? He's not far back, I think.
Yeah,
So,
not too
yes.
far back, Danny. A very, very good racer in his own right. Also coming from a short distance background. And just explain it before our athletes get out of the water here. You represented your country at the Olympic Games as well, and a great, short distance racer. What does it take to get to the next level at 70.3 coming out of the short?
Yeah, I think at the level how the 70.3 raced in the last 10 years is absolutely incredible. There's a lot of short distance guys coming up to 70.3 and coming from the Olympics. They definitely have a very high speed. And not long now until out of the water, maybe 100 meters left. And now it's about, staying in a position, trying to bring down your heart rate and then really start the hard work on the bike.
Daniela, it's very difficult to swim with your body being in a horizontal position, and then once your body becomes upright in the vertical position, you have to change the blood from the upper body down into the legs. How difficult is that? And the heart rate does spike coming out of the water, heading onto the bike.
Absolutely. Now you see the athletes coming from horizontal to the running position. You don't want to overdo it, but you still want to have a fast transition. So I think it's you need to be ready for that your heart rate really gets pumped up. And here we see the age group athletes. I think we have over 3,000 racing today. So really, really nice pictures here of the transition, how many bikes are racked up for a great day.
Yeah, so as we get our athletes out of the water right now in our men's race, Mark Dubrick just running up to the transition area right now, and then the other athletes will be running up and collecting their bikes, heading out onto this beautiful bike course here today. A sea of green, like you were saying, with over 3,000 age group athletes in our race today. Absolutely gorgeous conditions here as we see Mark Dubrick from the United States stretching it out, running toward the black carpeted pro area here. He'll grab his bike. He wears number 10 today, and a great swim by Dubrick has him getting up there. Seth Ryder also in the lead of this race here today. So well done to our leading athletes as they head off onto their bikes here to get it started. 56 miles over the beautiful course here, just going through the cities of Washington and Hurricane, back up into St. George. They hit the Snow Canyon Park and then rocketing down the highway as they make their way back in to the 13.1 mile run course today. Jake Birtwistle out in third place. Will Kobianski in fourth. There's Matty Sharp from Canada. Matt McElroy and Magnus Ditleff in seventh place. That's great for Magnus, Danny.
Absolutely amazing swim by Magnus Ditleff. That's what he said he wanted to achieve, to be able to get out of the water with the lead pack, and he's pretty much there. So That's going to be hard for anyone else to catch him who's not with him at the moment. So very well done on Magnus. He did work a lot on the swim over the winter, and he's getting the results, and pretty much a setup for a great day. He worked himself hard to get that. Well done on Seth Ryder. I mean, we're talking about a 1:10 pace over the swim, so that's pretty strong swimming. And same for Mark Dubrick. So they're already out on the bike now, and here we see the next athletes getting out of the water. It's going to be a bigger pack, so it will be interesting who is going to fold as a group and work together.
Well, the Wahoo Element rival has Seth Ryder out of the water first today, so we called it as a Mark Dubrick win, but it was Seth Ryder right in there at a 22.15 on the Wahoo Element rival. So the first discipline is done for most of our pro men, and now heading out onto the bike. So Daniela just coming out of the water right behind Matthew Sharp was Gunther there from the United States. Matt McElroy, Magnus Ditlev has now fallen into 10th place there. Gillespie, and there's Pimentel in there. Brave, and then Ben Hamilton, one of our favourites, in 14th place, and then no sight of Sam Long at this point. Matty Hansen, wearing number 17 today, was down in 2 minutes and 11 seconds, so a good swim by the Texas athlete there, Matt Hansen.
Yes, definitely. He put himself in a good position, and I mean, now it's still a lot is still open. At the moment, the first part of the bike is important to go fast and aero, because they're having this out and back, and that's where also the athletes can see each other for a short time. So that will be maybe a good thing for Lionel and Sam if they're actually going to see Magnus. But yeah, here we have, I think that's Lionel. How far is he back? Let's see. He's not that far back. He might be 3 or 4 minutes.
Yeah, that's not too bad right now. Lionel Sanders and Sam Long, we always, have to talk about the swim deficits they have, but then they make it up on the bike. Two of the strongest bike riders you will see out there in 70.3 racing, especially here in 2025. So getting our athletes out onto the bike course right now. Seth Ryder leading from the USA. Mark Dubrick also from the United States in second place. Our females coming up here pretty soon. Who is it going to be? Will it be Lopez from Brazil that leads out? From Lotte Wilms, will it be Paula Finlay that's right up there, and Chelsea Sodaro? We have to talk a little bit about Chelsea, the former Ironman world champion, just suffering a little bit of illness just recently, having to pull out of Ironman Texas, but she's here on the start line today, and wishing her a good race today. So our women's just moments away from getting out of the water. Last year's swim time just a touch over 23.5 minutes there. 17 minutes and 58 seconds right now, Danny. They are now closing in on the swim finish.
They are not long now. And I think there's also Lydia Russell in the front pack. So I think whoever gets out, I think Paula doesn't want to have too big of a gap. And it will be interesting how far Chelsea Sodaro will get out of the water, if she can make the main pack with Paula and also Jackie Herring. Jackie and Paula swam very similar in Oceanside. So, and then they worked together on the bike. So I think, yeah, we'll see how it forms. I think it's important to really get close together from the start of the bike, because then you have some really, really fast TT down sections where it's very helpful if you have someone you can kind of catch or help to sight, because yeah, the speed will be fast from the start, and if you have too big of a gap, it's a lot of hard work to catch up.
Vitória Lopes from Brazil is leading our women's race right now, and it's only 10 seconds down to our next athlete. We do believe it is Lotte Wilms from the Netherlands, and then quite a good gap back to the rest of the field, but I wouldn't be at all surprised if Paula Finlay is leading that chase group as well. A lot of the contenders will be in there, and they will be trying to limit the amount of time that they are losing right now to our leaders, but at this early stages, I don't think that they're too worried about it, but it is a sizable lead there, Daniela, of around about 75 metres.
Yeah, that's what you want, getting out of the water. having a good transition where you can make another bit of a few seconds, and then, yeah, put yourself in a good position for the bike. And I think if you can pace yourself for the first 10Ks, that can be a big advantage. I've had lots of times where I would get out of the water because it's quite cold, that you have some cramps, so your calves might be a bit cramping. And if you have to really push hard the first 10K on the bike, that can be very uncomfortable and also lead to later cramps. So being able to be with someone or having a bit of a gap definitely helps to go your own pace and not be forced into a pace you don't feel ready for it.
Danielle, as we close in on the women's finish here in just a couple of minutes, just explain, you did explain a little bit of it there, but just explain, you know, there's a deficit coming out of the water. You were not too far away from the lead of the 70.3, sometimes within a minute, sometimes 2 minutes. But like you said, you have to push very, very hard to get warm as well. What about choice of clothing, like arm warmers, a light vested jacket? And then also talk about nutrition after an early rise, getting your breakfast in, and then having burnt around about 100, 250 calories or so in the swim. How important is it to firstly get clothed right, and then secondly get started on that nutrition?
Yeah, the clothes are very important. I think most of the athletes now swim with the suit up, even under the wetsuit. That can sometimes lead to a bit of discomfort on the shoulders, but in a 70.3, you don't really have the time anymore to change and put the suit up. So many athletes choose to have the suit already kind of ready to go for the bike. And I think having 19 degrees, it probably is not necessary today for any warmers. I think they'll be warm quite fast. And then the second part on nutrition, I mean, we're talking early racing here. So that means these athletes had to get up out of bed, possibly around 3 o'clock in the morning, 3:30. And normally before race, you can't really sleep well. That means they didn't sleep a lot. And I always struggled quite big time to eat before the race, but you have to eat something. You're trying to eat something low fiber, just a lot of carbs. And then, yeah, after getting out of the water, definitely it's very important to have some gel and some carbs very soon to really fuel your body, because you still have 3 hours, 3.5 to push on close to your threshold.
Yeah, thanks for that, Danny. And just getting back to the men's race before we start welcoming our pro women into the transition area. Lionel Sanders was swimming pretty good today. He was only down at around about 2 minutes and 29 seconds leaving transition, and Sam Long at about 3:30, so not too bad from Lionel and Sam. We will track along with them in the race here in a few short minutes, and if you want to follow along, just go to the Ironman tracker on the App Store, and you can download that and follow along just like Daniela and myself for live results and updates there as well. So Victoria Lopez from Brazil is closing in on the finish line with around about 1 minute of swimming to go here. The young Brazilian athlete will rush up into transition area. Then the powerhouse bikers such as Paula Finlay will be then coming through. The race weather today presented by Roka. Right here in St. George, Utah, 66 degrees Fahrenheit outside right now, 19 degrees Celsius. Clear skies, feels like 64 or 18, 4 kilometers an hour. Wind speed out of the east and low humidity. So, Danny, couldn't be better for racing on a beautiful spring day.
Absolutely. The low humidity is actually really comfortable, even if it's warm. That helps the athletes to breathe well. So what you don't want to have is high humidity, but normally with low humidity, you can really push your body hard. It's easier to sweat because the skin can absorb the sweat easier. And so therefore you cool down more when you go fast on the bike.
Victoria Lopez right now, she'll be getting out of the water here, heading up into the transition. And just like we saw at the World Championships a few years ago, Taylor Knibb just got onto that bike and cleared out early. There is an open course out there today, and it is very, very quick to start off with, but then you start climbing up into St. George itself, going through Hurricane and Washington, and then into the beautiful Snow Canyon Park.
Yeah, I think the first part of the course is very much about TT position and aerodynamics. It's super fast course, and also I think the roads are rolling really, really fast. And so we have the first woman getting out of the water. Is it Victoria Lopez? Really strong swim. And then on the second, just behind her, only a few meters back. So it will be, I don't know who it is. Is it Lotte Wilms? I think these two can possibly, work together on the bike. And like I said before, it's straight into the TT position, and it will be very important to be aero from the start. And then the hard part start is then in the end with the San Hollow Hill going up, where you then have a very different riding, getting out of the saddle. But first part of the course, very much aerodynamic, and just head down and push.
The Wahoo Element rival has Victoria Lopez from Brazil, first out of the water with a 24-minute and 35-second swim time. Lotte Wilms, as we were calling it there, Danny, is 24:57, so just 22 seconds down for the Dutch athlete here. So we got our first two ladies out of the water. Quite a significant break, back to that next group, which is almost likely to contain, people like Paula Finlay. But for right now, a beautiful swim turnover with the cadence, a beautiful little turnover and cadence here with the legs as well. So the diminutive athlete here from Brazil has everything going her way right now.
And then we have in third place Paula Finlay, so 25:57. That's 1:22 back, so that's still everything open for her. And then Chelsea Sodaro in fourth place. So that's going to be very interesting. These two, Paula and Chelsea, will be heading together on the bike, and it will be interesting how they're kind of big rivals, and it will be interesting if they're going to work together. But great swimming from Lopez and Wilms. They were averaging a 1:17 pace. It's really strong, and yeah, it's the race is on. So it will be interesting.
Yeah, really interesting indeed. 121 pace for both Paula Finlay and Chelsea Sodaro there. There's Jocelyn McCauley coming out of the water at 123 down on the lead. 123 average pace at 202 down. Jackie Herring, one of our race favourites, at a 208. Lydia Russell, we expected to be up there, as well as McKinley. But Victoria Lopes is now out of the transition area in first place there. So getting back to looking at Hoffler as well in ninth place at around about 212. So a lot of our athletes right up there in our women's pro race in the lead, or within about 2 minutes, Danny. We're off to a great start.
Yes, and then we have in 10th place Lisa Peteros, which is maybe the strongest rider in the field. So she's not far back. She's only about 40 seconds, 40 seconds from Paula Finlay. So it will be a tight race. There could be possible that there's some group folding, and then see if they're going to work together. So we have Chelsea Sodaro just getting out of transition. I think it's a good swim for her, and also Paula, I think she won't be scared. She's probably didn't expect to lead that swim today, and now she can really start putting the hammer down and show what she prepared.
Yes.
So Lotte Wilms just doing the corner. I think, yeah, you go on.
Paula Finlay picking up a lot of time in transition here today. She's now under the minute, 55 seconds, leaving Daniela. That was a smoking fast time by Paula Finlay in transition, and it just goes to show you that, practicing that transition is a very, very important part of triathlon. They call it the fourth discipline of triathlon, and today it really did pay dividends.
Absolutely. You need to be able to get out of the wetsuit, and they're very tight. You want them to be tight, but if you can't get out, then yeah, you can lose a lot of time. So she did really great. Vaseline always helped, or just practicing as well. And she put herself into a good position here.
Lisa Pacheras from the USA just going out as well. So, Daniela, they made up 27 seconds. Her and Chelsea Sodaro, 27 seconds in transition. That is unheard of. That is so good up there. And to make up that amount of time in that period in transition. There's Victoria Lopez now. She ran in transition, Danny, with shoes on because she's been battling a stress fracture as well. So very, very smart from the Brazilian to do that. Seth Ryder on the left side of the screen continues to lead the Intermountain Health Ironman 70.3 St. George. This is the North American Championship. They are racing for a total of $1.7 million over the series here today.
Yeah, so Paula was only 55 seconds back now, and that will really, and she's with Chelsea, so that will give her, both of them will give them a great start into the race. They can now really build that bike and don't have to, hurry it. They can work themselves into it, and with 1 minute a gap, you can almost see already in these long straights, you can see your competitors up the road, and that's already a big advantage. If you can spot them, that's how you can also focus them and work towards your target.
Well, let's take a look at the Ruby transition. Top three fastest males right now. Gillespie from the United States was smoking in there, 1:39. Lionel Sanders, so too, was very fast at a 1:41. And Sam Long, you would expect, he's right up there in the top three as well at a 1:42. Now, on the women's side of things, on the Ruby transition, top three fastest females. Why don't you take it ahead there, Danny?
So Paula Finley showed a 1:54 transition. I mean, it's a long transition, so there's a lot of running in it. She definitely took probably only a few seconds to take off that wetsuit that she could make up that much time. And then also Lisa Pacheras is still in there. She is about 2 minutes, a little bit more than 2 minutes back over the leader. And I think she's still definitely can have a great race here. It's a course that suits her, and she can. I think strong riders on this course are going to benefit, because you need to be able to TT hard, but then also in that end you have this almost 7K climb, and there you really have to be able to be strong. And then coming off a hard bike, you still have to be able to run, which demands a lot of strength.
Seth Ryder continues to lead our men's pro race. Mark Dubrick right up there. Magnus Ditlev is just coming into the fray as well. Jake Birtwistle and Justin Rial there from the United States having a great swim in the first part of the bike. Kevin McDowell from the United States in there as well. Max Newman right up there. Maddie McElroy is in there. Ben Hamilton, Wilco Wieczki and Maddie Sharp are the top 10. And Lionel Sanders coming in from 20th place out of the water has now moved up into 12th place there, as too has Jackson Laundry right in the top 13. So a lot of our athletes, the favourite athletes, are right up there. Trevor Foley having a good swim today. He's in the mix in 16th place, so look out for Foley. He's going to be in a great striking position today. Cam Worth, we talk a lot about, wearing men's number 9 today. He's in there at 18th place at this point in time. 20th place from Matt Hansen. We know what he's definitely capable on the run of doing today. But Victoria Lopez from Brazil continues to lead our women's race.
Yeah, so let's look into a little bit of the men. I mean, Magnus Ditlev already made up 10 spots. He's in second now, and I think he is one of the strongest riders. But we have Sam Long. He showed last year a 1:59.57 on this bike course. Sam definitely knows how to also work hard on this bike course, and then being able to run a 1:10 last year, which is super fast. And then I think Lionel Sanders, he raced here 7 times, and he is definitely, I think, I watched a few of his videos, and he seems like he wants to have that win back after not being able to race here a few times, and also after his 4th place last year, in 2023, excuse me. So we have here Magnus Ditlev. He looks under control. He's definitely breathing already, but I mean, what he's pushing at the moment, he probably is close to 400 watts or even over. And he's definitely not going to hold back. And he wants to have a bit of a gap over Sam and Lionel. I think these two are probably one of the strongest runners as well. And even though Magnus is fast, he might not be as fast as Lionel and Sam.
Well, right now, Sam Long has made up a lot of time. He was 3:45 leaving transition. He's down to 2:01, so he's really putting in some big efforts and some huge watts out there at the moment there, Danny, as we got a good look at Magnus Ditlev just a moment ago. You can see that Seth's just, you know, all over his bike a little bit at the moment, just losing a little bit of, you know, friction to the ground with the wobbling of the bike. It's important to stay in a straight position. He's really working hard and, you know, just to be constructive on that. You can see that that rear wheel is definitely losing a little bit of time to the ground. Magnus Ditlev only 23 seconds down in second place with Mark Dubrick at this point in time, so you know that our men's race is going to really hot up as they make their way towards St. George. Now, on the other side of things with our women's race, Vittoria Lopez right now having some clear ground, but it won't be too long before Paula Finlay and Chelsea Sodoro get to the front of the race.
Yeah, and as you can see here I mean, he's here in the TT position, but it's actually going uphill a bit, and sometimes it looks like they're going, you know, it looks like it's almost flat, but riding a hill up in a TT position can be quite challenging. You really have to be able to put power in with a kind of a weird angle from your hip.
Beautiful sights of the landscape here in St. George. The bike ride is underway.
We're not here to sell you on this life. You already chose it. No shortcuts. No hype. Just work. Same as you. Built to outlast. Endure. 40 years in, and we're just getting warmed up. Welcome to the Ohana.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
Beautiful conditions at Sand Hollow Reservoir as Vittoria Lopez from Brazil continues to lead the women's pro race right here in southwestern Utah. You can see the glorious landscape in the background. They won't be looking at that too much, but what they will be focusing in on is their computer, is their wattage, and what type of energy they're putting out at the moment. And Daniela Reef, the 10-time Ironman world champion, 5 in the 70.3, 5 in the Ironman. You've raced this course a lot. We're off to a good start.
Absolutely. It's great scenery here with, you see the lake on the side and the straight TTs. I always love to race like this where you can just really put the hammer down. And I think, yeah, Lopez is showing a good performance. She's still in the lead. And then we have Lotte Wilms just a few seconds back, and I think around 1:30 back at the moment is Paula Finley. So she seems to be still riding with Chelsea Sodaro, so that seems to be a group or of the two. And then Jackie Herring is just maybe another 1 minute 15 back from Paula and Chelsea.
Good riding by our leader, Victoria Lopez. Right now, we were explaining that when she was in the swim, a very high rating on the swim there with the turnover of the arms. Now it's a high rating. It's a very, very nice pedal cadence from the Brazilian athlete. Very, very high, up around about the 95 to 100 cadence at the moment, RPM. So she's really finding herself in a really nice position on the bike. I think she looks really comfortable right now. The Zoot bike course map right now. Daniela, let's go and have a look at our bike course.
Yeah, so we're riding along the Sand Hollow State Park, and then the park, and then we go through the Hurricane through Washington, and pretty much all very fast roads, and then ending up going up Snow Canyon, which is the long climb where it will be shown if you still have some energy left. And then the run course is not flat either, so we will see some up and downs there, and that means you have to be able to ride fast. So now you can see.
Yep, go ahead.
Yeah, I think it's a good. You can see here now also how the competitors can face each other, and that's always the moment where you look up and trying to see where you are, because at this point, these women, they don't know yet where they're standing, who's behind, how much time they have of a gap. So that's always very important information when you see young competitors crossing, and so you can get a first impression on where you're standing.
Got a good look at Jocelyn McCauley just a moment ago, but Daniela, just explain that last 6 miles coming off the hill on the way back down to St. George. Very, very high speed.
Absolutely. I think for this race, you want to be able to really be strong in a crosswind in the TT position, because on that last section, you need to be able to hold your TT position going really fast. So that means even if there's some wind from the side, you want to be able to hold your front wheel and go, have your head low. So we are seeing the pass. Is this Lisa? Not sure.
Lisa Becheras
is
on the move,
Becheras.
Daniela.
So she's already making the move. So she looks really strong. I think it's her first time racing here, but she's very excited, and I think this course could really suit her well. And it seems like she's on a mission. You can see how she breathes hard already, and I think she also knows that she has to make the move on the bike, as we have probably some runners who can. Should run faster than her, but she is not going to hold back and really try to make her luck herself to take the chance on the bike.
Yeah, Lisa Becheras is really on the move, trying to chase down this woman right here. And this is Victoria Lopez from Brazil. But I just looked at those passes that Lisa Becheras made just a moment ago was really, really fantastic. I mean, she's up there with Jocelyn McCauley, Jackie Herring. They're sitting at around about 4:05 to 4:07 down on our leader, Lopez, right now. Lotta Vilms is sitting in second place. And chasing down the leaders is Paula Finlay and Chelsea Sodaro. So they're riding together as a group as well, those two. But it's Jackie Herring, Jocelyn McCauley, Hoffler, and Lydia Russell. But it's Lisa Becheras that have just overtaken all of them in one foul swoop there just a moment ago in our women's pro race.
Yes, she's already 2 minutes back, so she made up almost 45 seconds or 50 seconds to the front to Lopez. And still Paula and Chelsea are riding close together. They're 40 seconds from the front. So also them are making a move towards the front, and it could be that we're seeing the front forming a bigger pack soon.
Seth Ryder out in the front of our men's race right now, having led the swim from Mark Dubrick, is really having a solid start to his race. Up through Hurricane right now they will be going, then through Washington before hitting St. George, Utah. That will be the finish line of today's race. Sand Hollow Reservoir obviously being about 6 to 7 miles just outside of St. George here. So there goes Seth making that right-hand turn into the open roads here. Like you were saying, Danny, very nice, smooth riding roads here. Very, very fast surface, and now they are heading towards St. George.
Yeah, so Mark Dubrick showing a great race. He had a strong performance already this year, winning the St. Anthony Triathlon, and he raced St. George twice. He was 8th in 2024, and then he got 7th in 2023. So I think, yeah, he definitely knows this course. It helps to know this course because you then kind of know just what to expect. You've done the hill in a race-specific scenario, and here are one of the few corners we have in this course. Really tight turnaround, and they're forming a group here. Who can you spot? Who's the?
Yeah. So
who's the last
Daniela,
one?
Daniela, that is Lionel Sanders just making the pass there. He's really rocking and rolling right now. There he is now on the left-hand side, picking up pace. Lionel Sanders is just going to pick them off one by one. That athlete just tucking in right behind there has to be very, very careful, and that was a flat tyre. Did you see that blowout? That was a flat tyre. Now, you rarely see that, Daniela. Now, take us through what is actually going to happen right now.
Yeah, that's a moment you really don't want to have as an athlete. I mean, now it's he was very lucky. He has the bike mechanic just next to him. But as we can see, he's now getting he's switching the disc to a normal back wheel, which is better than no wheel. But it's going to cost him quite a bit of time still. And as an athlete, seeing the other competitors riding past, that hurts. But at the moment, you just have to really focus on make the solution, get that back wheel on, and then kind of reset mentally. And he's still in the mix, so his race is not lost yet. Although, having a disc on the rear definitely helps you to go fast on a course like this.
Yes, an unfortunate incident, but by the look of it, around about 90 seconds loss, and you can see that we've got wheel changes out there, and that was very, very quick onto the scene, and then they have to explain it to them what exactly, the manufacturer of the cassette and the wheels that they're using so that they can get it right. But looked like about 90 seconds lost there. Don't panic, just get your mind back on the job and going again. So we're watching Seth Ryder here from the USA right now. We do have to apologize, ladies and gentlemen, because on the athlete tracker, he lost his chip coming out of the water there today. So we're just trying to work on getting a new chip and everything working for him as well. But Seth Ryder continues to lead the race right now, but not for too long, because Magnus Ditlev and company are on the charge.
Yeah, Magnus is showing what he can do best, riding a bike very fast. He's worked so hard on his position, and I think that really shows it here. He's a strong cyclist, but also very, very aerodynamic on his bike. He worked on his cockpit himself. He really finds joy in finding every watt or saving every watt. And he's just super smooth on the bike. He looks really amazing. He looks in control, but also he looks like he's wanting to make a move and really taking this race and getting the lead. That early in the stage could be a surprise for him. So that's for him really good situation. He can now also build what he wants to do. He can make his race and not being influenced too much by the others. And I think that will suit him well, being able to push the pace.
Seth Ryder now slipping into second position. They're just showing a little bit of anxiety, I would imagine, with Magnus Ditlev going by, because Magnus, as we said in the earlier part of the show, is one of the stronger bike riders in the field today. Him, Sam Long and Lionel Sanders, you would have to say, are the fastest. That was Justin Rial from the United States who had the blowout just a moment ago. So the United States athlete here just suffering a little bit of a loss, around about 90 seconds or so on the side of the road, but he's back into the race. Don't show any signs of, you know, getting up there too early there, Justin. You've got to just really focus on your breathing. And Danny, how would you explain to people at home here on what to do? Just not, you know, get excited. Just you can't make it back up, but you can lose it at this point by trying too hard.
Yes, I think it was a very smooth transition for him. I mean, only losing 90 seconds in a flat tire, having the mechanic just with him and showing some good support from the mechanics was probably luck in being unlucky. He looks like he's back in full mode, in focus mode, and I think that's what's important here. You don't want to, you don't want to feel pity for yourself. And he showed some good results this year already. He placed third in the 70.3 Peru and 12th at the 70.3 Oceanside. So Justin is in a good form, and I'm sure he will not let himself get down by this bad luck.
Seth Ryder slips into second position. Magnus Ditlev from Denmark is on the charge. The race on the bike is heating up in our men's pro race in St. George.
What do you want?
You know, what's that really good non-alcoholic beer I keep hearing about?
Do you have that really great non-alcoholic beer that I keep seeing?
Do you have a non-alcoholic beer that actually
tastes good?
It's athletic. You're holding it.
You mean athletic? You're looking at it.
I think you mean athletic.
It's athletic. Ask for it. You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
Seth Ryder now in third position here. Magnus Ditlev has really taken the bull by the horns, trying to get the pace set here, but Lionel Sanders coming out of the water in 20th place, now making his way back up. But take a look at this. Just a moment ago, it was Sanders who was hard charging here and trying to get himself to the front of the race here. And you can tell that he has got some urgency going at the moment. So Lionel Sanders from Canada, coming off a great race in Oceanside. He's 4 times the winner here in St. George, knows the race course like the back of his hand, and now he is really getting after the lead of this race. So the Canadian on fire. Daniela, have you seen this in a while or what?
Well, I'm getting goosebumps already. I think, Lionel is absolutely amazing. He's been going through some hard times in the last few years, and I think everyone who follows him knows how hard he works, and I think he really loves this race. He wants to do well here, and having Sam Long winning last year, I felt like he was probably feeling a bit sad about this, and now he really puts the hammer down. That he's already in the lead now, that early in the race, puts him in a fantastic situation, and it's going to be really interesting how. I don't think Magnus expected Lionel to catch up that fast, and they're both super strong riders, so we'll see if they're going to work together or if Lionel can make a move. He seems to be on a mission.
Yeah, on a mission for sure, and Magnus did live. That's two great riders up in the lead, so that spells trouble for Sam Long. So Sam's going to have to do a lot of work himself. But let's go and take a listen to Lionel Sanders, A Fighting Chance.
I can do this one on my own, Bert.
Really?
Yeah. Hey?
Wow, you replaced me in every way.
Such a good choice when deciding on a wetsuit. Find one you can do up on your own.
Wow.
Independence.
You've done all right here a few times, hey?
I've been here quite a few times. It's a good course. I like this course. I like this place. The course is not as hard as it used to be, but now the competition is harder. So
been doing a little training with Sam?
Since Oceanside, I don't know if we've done anything actually. So maybe one. I trained with him a bit before Oceanside, but it's business now. No, we've even stopped going to the park together. Yeah, getting serious. My running is up a notch. I've continued to progress in the run. My swimming is up a little bit. You know, you don't get something for nothing. If you bike hard, you don't run as well. So now we've got, for sure, I'm certain, two guys who want to exploit me on the bike, which would be Magnus and Sam. And so I don't think the bike's going to be, I think the bike's going to be a lot harder this one. Visualize things that you can control, which is I know I'm going to suffer immensely. I am certain of that. Who is it going to be against? I have no idea. You know, I have no idea. No one has any idea. That's why we hold the race. But I know I'm going to suffer immensely if I want to win. So I can control that. And so now that's what I'm focused on. I couldn't care less about these other guys.
Yeah, they were saying, yeah, Lionel is kind of, he's the one to beat, right?
Am I? Great to hear, but there's a lot of guys on that start list. People think of me like that in the 70.3, but not an Ironman, and I don't like that. Magnus don't think that I'm the guy to beat if this was an Ironman.
Yeah.
You know? Yet my best performances have all been at Ironman. The most formative race really was the first one against Jan and all these great guys. It really influenced my thinking about the sport because I was in such a poor mental headspace after the race. And it was like, if this is the headspace that you're going to be in after racing, then why are we even doing this? And so I had to correct that. And so really, I mean, I've utilized that lesson from 2014 for the entirety of my career. If you focus on yourself and you focus on your effort, that is how you're going to extract maximum potential. And you can't control the other guys. Sometimes you extract maximum potential and you win. But on the day, that is the right perspective. It's the only perspective if you want to extract the most from yourself.
Wow, what an incredible Lionel Sanders. He's really changed his mental approach to everything from 2014, 11 years down the road, and the guy is still in the hurt locker. He doesn't want to race unless he's suffering, and he's going to put everybody in the hurt locker themselves. So that is Lionel Sanders off onto a great race. Let's go back over to our women's race right now, and our leader, Victoria Lopez, Danny, is hanging on.
Yes, she's still in the lead, so I'm doing well there. I think she can now really focus on doing her own race, which I always enjoy to do most as well. So I think it's an advantage to be able to pace yourself and really just focus on what you are capable of. And like Lionel Sanders said, just focus on what you can do and be ready to hurt.
Victoria Lopez doesn't have the experience as Paula Finlay does, or even, you know, someone like Jocelyn McCauley. Lydia Russell is one of the newcomers as well to this. Jackie Herring-Sodaro is just falling a little bit back right now, so you can tell that Paula Finlay definitely has the form of the champion at the moment. But Lopez hanging on very, very nicely at the moment, and also Lotte Wilms trying to do her best to keep Paula Finlay inside. But the big winner right now is Lisa Bacheras from the United States. She's had a very good start there, Danny, and by the look of it, the lady to watch out coming through at about the halfway point.
Absolutely. I think Paula also doing having a fantastic race so far. She knows how to pace herself, and it's this course here is a course you don't want to overpace, because that last climb going up Snow Canyon is really going to take out a lot of you. And so you want to be able to push hard from the start, but not too hard. And then Lisa Bacheras is definitely showing some strong bike skills today. I think it must be motivating, you know, when you can catch people, and I think that definitely puts her probably in a good headspace, knowing that she's moving up and can also probably see already Paula. So I think they're about 1 minute, a bit more than a minute apart, and that gives her also a target to focus on.
Lotte Wilms at the moment having a good day, sitting in third place on the bike at the moment, 107 down on our leaders. Paula Finlay has almost caught Lopez right now, and you could imagine that when she does, she might stretch the lead from Lopez. But right now, she is still in the front, the Brazilian, but this is Lotte Wilms from the Netherlands having a good day. She was second place out of the water today. Bacheras, I just wanted to make note that she is in pretty good form. She was 7th place at Oceanside with a good swim, a really good bike rider, and then on the run she faded just a little bit. But we know that Bacheras is going to be firing on all cylinders on the bike. So the lead at the moment, Lopez from Brazil, Paula Finlay at 7 seconds down. You know that that's going to change around in just a few moments, but Lotte Wilms in 3rd place, and then a decent gap, 128 to Bacheras from USA.
Yeah, I think also Lotte Wilms, she knows how to pace herself. She's had some really good performances over the full distance. So I would say she's probably even had better results over the full distance than 7.3, and that can also help you to know how to pace yourself. I think she's definitely has the speed as she shows here, and knowing how to pace yourself will really pay off on this course. And then I think we see Chelsea. She dropped a little bit. She's in 8th place now. So it will be about, you know, focusing. She knows how to do her own race as well. She showed it in Nice last year. She really focused on just doing her pace on the bike. And then with Chelsea, you just never know, because she can. She most likely can show the best run split out here. So you can never write off Chelsea until the end of the race, because she's a very fast runner.
Yeah, very fast runner indeed, and we know that Chelsea right behind her is Danielle Lewis, but she is 1 minute and 16 seconds behind. But the good thing for Chelsea at the moment is that she has Jackie Herring and Lydia Russell right there with her, and they are only sitting 15 seconds down behind the likes of Jocelyn McCauley. But Bacheras was the one that's making up the time there on the women's race from this lady. She continues to lead from Brazil, and showing us a very, very smooth cadence right now on the bike, riding along with no urgency whatsoever. And I do like her setup, Danny. She looks very comfortable.
She does look very comfortable. She looks very in control. She looks, she didn't really move at all from, you know, showing anything that she's not comfortable. She's wearing the calf sleeves, which have a aerodynamic benefit on speed. So definitely good choice on the material as well. As the athletes were swimming with a wetsuit, it's very easy to put the calf sleeves, the aero sleeves, under the wetsuit, so you don't lose any time. And so we're back with the men here. On the left we have Lionel Sanders, and yes, he's really pushing hard. He's working, and I think he really wants that win today. He's for him, I mean, he seems to have found a good attitude. Also, he's coaching himself, which is not always easy, and especially in recovery, that's sometimes where the athletes skip the recovery. And it seems like he really found a way on listening to himself and also getting in these rest days. So here we see one of the fastest sections of the course. It's coming down to town and then taking that turn. Very, very fast speed they're having here, must be around 80, 90K an hour. And yeah, so it's that 1 second, 2 seconds where you can stop pedaling, trying to make yourself small and aero, and take a little breath until you can push again.
Working the road, that's Matt McElroy from the United States here coming up into St. George, like you say, at about 50, 55 miles an hour, or 80 to 90 kilometres an hour at the moment. Breakneck speeds going downhill there, and then up onto the climb as they're just about to make some turns here and go through the back lanes and roads of St. George. After St. George, they hit Evans, and then after Evans, it is Snow Canyon. So looking forward to seeing a beautiful climb coming up here pretty soon. So just a few turns going through the township now of St. George. Getting a good look at the group right now. That is Matt McElroy just sitting on the back of those guys up there at this point in time. So you've got Jake Birtwistle, you've got Max Newman, also Seth Ryder, Ben Hamilton is in there, Jackson Laundry and Justin Rial. So they're all right there. Magnus Ditlev and Lionel Sanders are the only two athletes who've got 30 seconds or more on the rest of the athletes. So the pace is on as Lionel Sanders continues to lead and grind his way up the back roads of St. George.
Yes, and then I think there's already a little bit of a gap to Ditlev. Is that correct? It's 30 seconds. So that means that's very interesting move. I think Sanders, he wants to win. So he's going to go all out, and I think he's definitely ready to suffer. Where I would say Ditlev would be pacing himself differently in terms of he knows what he's capable of. And I'm not sure if he's having his best day or if he's just being smart. We don't know how much power Lionel Sanders puts in this bike at the moment. And I think Ditlev is one of the athletes who really paces himself smart. He knows what he's capable of. And then, so having to drop 30 seconds on Sanders is a very brave move.
Yeah, very brave move indeed. But, you know, what we learned from in the Fighting Chance video with Lionel Sanders is that he just loves to suffer. And he just loves to get out there, and if he doesn't have a day where he's been in the hurt locker or suffering all day long, well, he hasn't tried enough. And he said that, well, if you bike hard, you can't run fast. But I don't know if that's true with Lionel Sanders, because I look at Lionel Sanders as a different animal, and that's where we get him on screen right now. So Lionel Sanders from Canada is having a very, very good start to the race right here in St. George in southwestern Utah on a beautiful day. The scenery's just going to get better.
Meet Kicker Run from Wahoo, a revolutionary indoor running experience where you just run and your feet set the pace. We call it Run Free Mode, a game-changing technology that allows you to change speeds naturally, just like you do outdoors. You can even let popular training apps control the speed and grade for you. Kicker Run by Wahoo. It's time to run free.
Zoot. Zoot Sports, the original triathlon brand, delivering comfort, speed and performance since 1983. And Athletic Brewing. Brew without compromise. Getting a good look at Victoria Lopez here, Daniela, as she's making her way through the course here, coming just outside of Hurricane and into Washington she goes, but she's got company now. Paula Finlay from Canada, the defending champion, is just seconds away.
Yes, Paula is showing a great race. So does Lopez. I think Paula is very experienced on this course, so she didn't rush to catch up. She knows that she can take herself the time and really build through that bike. And it's going to be interesting if they're working together or if Paula is going to take the lead. I would assume she might have a little bit of a rest, maybe have some chill, have some energy, and then reassure, okay, now I'm on the next move, because she can't wait too long. I think also Lisa Pecheras is really riding strong and is still making up time on Paula. So I don't think Paula will wait too long until she makes the pass.
We're at about a third of the way through our race course here on the bike today, 56 miles or 90 kilometres. It really is a great course with just about everything. You start off at Sand Hollow Reservoir with some fast and flat roads, and then you climb up into St. George. Then there is a couple of twists and turns as you go through the city of St. George, and then after you exit St. George over to Evans, then you will hit some of the most beautiful countryside there, volcanic and lava rock mixed in with the red fertile dirt of this incredible southwestern Utah. And then you hit Snow Canyon. After Snow Canyon climbing, you hit another 6 miles of complete downhill descending all the way into T2. So what a great bike course we have. And Danny, you are the bike course record holder at 2 hours, 14 minutes and 11 seconds. How did you break this course up?
Yeah, it's a tough course, and I remember on that day is pretty much what I did is head down and full gas from the start to the end. I had a day where I felt great, and I think especially on these long TT sections, you need to be able to feel great. And I think what Lopez is showing here, she does really look really smooth, and the gap to Paula is actually, I feel like almost a little bit increasing again. So yeah, she's having a good cadence. She's showing no fatigue until now, and yeah, as we can see on the backside, we have these red stones, the rocks, and I think the landscape here is just absolutely stunning, and it's the surface is very smooth. So riding on this course makes you feel like you're flying. So now we see that Paula did bridge up a bit. Is that correct? And is that Paula? No, that's not Paula.
So Danny,
yeah, Lisa.
Danny,
we have Lisa here, Pecheras, yeah.
So Pecheras, trying to bridge up, but she's riding alongside of Jocelyn McCauley, who is a very good rider in her own right here. So there's Jocelyn right now. You can see that she sits really nicely on a bike. When we get another shot of Victoria Lopez, I'll get you to break down her riding style and the way that she's positioned on her bike. But I do like the way that Jocelyn McCauley is positioned on her bike as well, laying over the front. She's got a little bit of stack height on the handlebars here, arms up in there. So Danny, explain why it's important for the aerodynamics, for getting the hands up there and getting the chin tucked in behind the hands.
Yes, you do want to feel comfortable in these bars, and as we can see now, they're actually going a little bit uphill. So the angle from the bars are a little bit uphill, but also the course at the moment is a bit uphill. So that means you need to be able to push and pull in these bars to be able to ride strong, even though when it's going up. But then when you have a flat or a downhill, you want to be able to dig, kind of make yourself small and be able to go as aero as possible. And I think from the other perspective, as we saw to the front, we could almost see the motors from the other two. So I believe that this group of three, so Jocelyn and also Lisa, can almost spot Lopez and Finlay. So that will be a big game changers, because it's going up on this straight for quite a bit, and that can be very motivating if you see that you're making up time. And then we have Lotte Wilms. She's holding on really strong, so I think she can benefit here a bit. And as you can see, she's getting out of the TT bar for a little bit to just have that change of position. In this moment, it can be okay because the speed is maybe is a little bit over 40k an hour, but you definitely don't want to ride too long in the normal bars. So she's switching back to the TT and trying to get aero to be fast.
A lot of films having been caught by Jocelyn McCauley and Lisa Becheris right now, both of the United States, is having to do the riding from behind now. She's sitting in 5th place with Vittoria Lopez from Brazil up there in 1st. Paula Finlay chasing hard down in 2nd place as well. So great riding along here today. Let's go back to you, Danny, and explain just exactly the position with Vittoria Lopez.
Yeah, Vittoria Lopez, she chose to not go too low on the cockpit, so on the TT bars, which can be a benefit on handling and also on being able to push power when you go a little bit downhill. And as you can see now, they just hit the hill and they're a little bit on a slight downhill again. So they must be going around 50, 55k an hour. And here is just really important to feel stable, and definitely she chose to go not too low also with her head. I think she can probably work. I mean, TT position is something you will learn over the years, and you also have to improve over the years. So that means you cannot change too much too fast, because yes, it will affect your performance and also your running. And I think she just got some splits. I saw a motorbike heading something up, so that will be the rare moments, as she's been leading the whole time since this morning. So she'll be happy to hear a little bit of something where she stands, where the other's standing. And yeah, she's having a great day leading the race, and not sure if she expected to be up in the front for that long.
Yep, so she's leading right now, Vittoria Lopez. But let's get caught up with Sandy Larson in our TriDot Split Spotlight. So in addition to the pro athletes out there today, we have just over 2,000 age group triathletes competing, and among them a number of triathletes who use TriDot, the official training platform of Ironman. To get race ready, these TriDot athletes get the unique benefits of expert coaching and AI-powered training plans, including predictive race day splits to guide their strategy. Today's TriDot athlete is Sandy Larson. Let's hear from Sandy about her goals and strategy for nailing her race plan.
My name is Sandy Larson, and I'm from Las Vegas, Nevada, and I am racing in St. George 70.3 Ironman. I chose St. George 70.3 Ironman because it's my backyard and I can train here as needed. I chose the TriDot training platform because it has helped me to get over several Ironman finish lines. I am a really busy triathlete. I work 10 to 11 hours a day. I have a big family, and I have 11 grandchildren that I run around trying to keep up with. And if I didn't have TriDot, I wouldn't be able to get my training in, and I am so appreciative of that program. My goals for this race is just to have fun and to PR this race course. My coach, Brandy Ramirez, is freaking amazing. She has helped me tremendously. She has been there for me. It doesn't matter what time it is, if I need an answer and to help me get through these races, she has always been there for me. After my race on Saturday, I plan on continuing my triathlon journey and using TriDot all the way.
So we'll be checking in on Sandy's progress to see how close her actual times are to a predicted split. So at the end of today's race, you can check Ironman and TriDot's socials to see how she finished. Victoria Lopez has almost hit the city of St. George right now in southwestern Utah on what has started to be a beautiful day outside. Sand Hollow Reservoir is right behind her. Now it is the climbing up into St. George, Utah. She's got Paula Finlay right behind, and there she is just on cue at the moment. So Daniela, you've gone from one look on the bike ride with Victoria Lopez to this. This is absolutely incredible aerodynamics. She might be up on the hoods right now, but she's riding along nicely as she attacks the hills.
Yes, Paula just having a section of the climbing a little bit, and that's where sometimes it really helps to just get out of the TT bar for a bit. But she worked hard on her position over the years, working also with her new coach, a specialist in the TT bike section, and she could definitely get a lot of information from her. She's having a 3D printed cockpit here, so that means really, optimized for your elbows, that you feel comfortable in it with a quite a bit of an angle that shows to be at the moment one of the fastest setups, and then having the bottle placed just be under your stomach, which helps for the airflow to be as aerodynamic as possible. But as we can see, Lopez is really showing a great performance here. It seems like she actually made a bit of a move again, if I'm not wrong, unless Paula is leading the race at the moment.
No, you're right. And, Paula's just biding a time, like you said perfectly just a moment ago, not showing any signs of, being in a hurry right now. So patience is one of the things that she is really working on. But when you said, the 3D printing and the handlebars and all that situation, Ironman has also gone into a new set of rules, with how the handlebars are at the front and water bottles and that. So if you could explain a little bit about that, I think it's important for everybody to know this is all about safety and aerodynamics together.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, the athletes started to go a little bit crazy and wild on setups with bottles, and the limit is now to the volume of, I believe it's 2 liters in the front and also on the back. And that means you either have to fix your bottle on the frame, which of course now the athletes also kind of taking advantage of, having very high screws. But I guess it's part of the game. You want, as an athlete, you have to always try to optimize whatever you can, and as an organization, you have to make sure everyone is safe. So here we have quite some important news with Magnus. I think he had a bit of a flat tire. He dropped back quite strongly, and is now. Help me, Greg, I think in 10th
just a little bit outside
position.
A little bit outside of the top 10 right now there, Danny, just having a slow leak on that tyre, but trying to make his way back up into the top 10. He is Magnus Ditlev, one of the strongest bikers out there, not showing any signs of, impatience. He just had to deal with something just like Justin Rial had to do in the early part of the bike ride as well. Now just accelerating through St. George. He's on the way out to Evans at the moment. Then we'll get to Snow Canyon Park there, and that was going to be a nice climb right up until that 6 miles to go point where they'll come rocketing downtown on Bluff Street into transition area and out onto the run. So beautiful riding right now for Magnus Ditlev, having to deal a little bit with his front wheel there. So you can see he's got that different front wheel on, so it was obviously a flat tire that he's had to go on off and fix. And if you want to talk about the new rules and everything, have a look at the way that Magnus Ditlev on the front is. You explained it a little bit before, Danny, but when we go back to our men's shot, we'll talk a little bit about that. But over here right now with Paula Finlay, you can see this beautiful position. What are your thoughts on hers?
Yeah, she looks strong and comfortable. I think, with her position, she definitely, she would have been in the wind tunnel with Specialized to optimize her position. But then you also always have to consider that it's not always the best or lowest position possible that's the fastest, because you also have to put in the power, and that's where sometimes you can get it wrong when you go too low. I think she decided not to go too extreme, which helps her to be in the TT position, where sometimes the athletes make tests in the wind tunnel and they see, oh, I'm faster if I go maybe a little bit lower or more narrow, but then you have some wings and then you can't hold it. And she seems to go out of the TT position quite a bit, but I think at the moment she's also in this section where you have these rolling hills, and she might just use these hills to get, like she does now, getting out of the saddle, because if you push a lot of watts in the saddle, it's eventually going to be uncomfortable. So get yourself a little bit of a release and then be ready to push again.
26 seconds is the deficit, but Paula Finlay always has something to say about the bike and everything else, so let's take a listen to this.
I'm always happy to be in St. George, excited for this course. Feel a bit like a broken record because I keep getting asked how I feel and I keep saying I feel good, so I guess that's a good thing, right? Yeah, I feel healthy and fit and excited. Yeah, I have actually, which is not normal for me to switch things up, but I have a new coach now, and in Oceanside it was pretty fresh, like only a couple weeks of the new kind of training, and now I've had almost a month or more of that, so a lot more bike riding, a lot more just like focus on little things that I kind of neglected a bit in the past. So most of all, it's just been fun to like shake it up a bit and get different sessions and have a coach like really care and pay attention to everything I'm doing, and so yeah, I've done a lot more riding, a little less running, but I think that's kind of like the switch I needed to maximize my capabilities on the bike, especially on a course like this that's really hilly and suits my strengths pretty well.
What would it mean to you to win this race and in the last iteration of it?
It'd be cool because it was my first 70.3 win in 2018, so it's a little bit full circle if I won on Saturday. Winning a race is always fun, but here it just feels extra special for some reason because I've done it so many times, and to be honest, I've never had a bad race here, so I've never been on course here and had negative thoughts and thought, I want this to be over. Like, I'm always pretty happy when I'm doing it and have a good result at the end.
Who are you most excited to race against?
I'm excited to race Chelsea. She hasn't raced for a while, and I haven't lined up against her for a really long time. So she's really, really fast when she's happy and fit and healthy, and it sounds like she is. So it'll be fun to line up against her. And then of course Jackie, who I had a good battle with in Oceanside. I don't want to see Jackie on the bike because that's dangerous, as we saw in Oceanside. But yeah, she's a good friend of mine, and those two girls are going to be hard to beat.
Well, Paula Finlay just explaining a few things there, but she looks to me, Danny, as she's very confident. Riding a little bit extra, not running as much. Well, that just spells trouble to the rest of the field because we already know how good she is on the bike, and let's see if she can hang on the run here today.
Yeah, I think the bike can really set you up for a good run as well. So that means if you're strong on the bike, you will then have better abilities to have a strong run. And I think that's where it's all connected. Triathlon is more complex than just riding or running or swimming. And in the end, you have to put it all in one body, and then also in one day, in one performance. And that's a big trick, or the big challenge of triathlon, that you can find that line on how much do you bike or how much do you run, because everything affects the other discipline.
Yeah, it really does. It really does, Daniela, and thanks very much for those comments there. Victoria Lopez is really enjoying a great ride out there. She's approaching St. George right now, just a few miles outside on the downhill side of things at this point in time. Things are going to go upwards here pretty steep and pretty soon, but the Brazilian, coming off an incredible career in the short distance, is really enjoying a really nice day out in the sun.
Yes, that's perfect.
There's no limit to how far a dream can take you. Star in your own adventure now. Qatar Airways.
Lionel Sanders is continuing to push the pace here in St. George, Utah, as he now is about to attack the Snow Canyon area here. This is an incredible park with some steep climbs, narrow roads, and it is gorgeous outside right now. This is where the volcanic rock turns into the very fertile red rock area here, as we see Jackson Laundry and also Magnus Dietlev right having a go. Mark Dubrick as well. Mark Dubrick now just chasing and passing Magnus Dietlev. So Magnus obviously suffering just a little bit with that front tyre issue just a moment ago, but Dubrick now is moving up a couple of spots, and Daniela, this is where the race can be opened up and taken as well. So it looks like Dietlev having a few issues today.
Yeah, it's what you wish for an athlete, having like he definitely had a problem with his tire. It seems like he's still not in his best state. I think he's trying to make up time, but yeah, I mean, he was right there with Lionel Sanders and having to drop back, and he lost quite a lot of time in with that flat tire. It looks like it's also not 100% full, so it might also slow him a little bit now, and definitely with such a low rim is a disadvantage on the aerodynamics. And you would wish for him to have this race against the other guys as to be at his best, and that's what we want to see. And for him now it's about resetting, really trying to focus on still showing a great performance. He can still have a great race, and he can still with a great run, and I mean still we're going up a hill for quite a long time, so there's still time to make up time. And yeah, getting out of this hole is not easy. It takes a lot of mental strength to keep pushing when you have been on the lead and then got kind of swiped back to the maybe 20th place at the moment. So tough times for him, but he's really strong also mentally, and I'm sure he will make the best out of the situation and still secure some points for himself.
Lionel Sanders continues to lead the race here. He's on Snow Canyon Parkway at the moment as he's making his way uphill. He's got a 1:47 lead over Seth Ryder and a slew of athletes sitting right behind, including Max Newman from Australia as well. So the gentlemen have got their work cut out if you're going to try and catch up to Lionel Sanders. But Lionel, on a course like this is going to chew it up. And then the famous descent when they come down on Bluff Street, they have around about 8 to 9 miles in a very, very fast riding situation as they make their way back into St. George itself. But Magnus Dietlev just suffering just a little bit today with some issues with the tyres, and I do think that he's having some mechanical issues as well. I saw him just changing and shifting gears just a moment ago. Very fast cadence to a higher cadence, but Mark Dubrick is there. He's setting the pace right now for Magnus Dietlev, but they are sitting back just outside of the top 10.
Yeah, I think Magnus is not at the moment able to show his best. I'm sure there's something going on with his, I don't know, with his setup or with his spike or some kind of mechanic issue. I'm sure he would be able to, you know, get himself back into the game if everything is okay. But he's still riding. The race is not finished, and yeah, it's about just trying to look for what you can, but it seems like something is not right. He would not let the athlete go if there's nothing. So I really hope that he can get it sorted and get back in the game. You would want him to wish that he can have a strong performance.
Leaving the town of Evans behind and getting a little bit of a split on the side of the road there is Magnus Ditlev. So let's go and take a listen to Magnus Ditlev and a fighting chance.
It's always fun to travel to America when they never want to come to Europe. We have to go here sometimes to see how everyone is stacking up. So.
Hello.
Hello. How far are you riding today, Magnus?
4 hours.
4 hours?
No.
Is that typical?
Only 2 hours.
Oh, okay.
Taper is in full swing, and I have to be fresh for this one. I think I need every amount of energy I can get laid out on the course.
It's quite funny actually, because I haven't raced 70.3 since back then at the World Championships in St. George in 2022. So I feel like I'm a completely different athlete now. I've raced a lot of Ironman and have primarily had success on the full distance, but I think I can do really well, and I'm maybe aiming for the win, of course. The past 3 times I've swum here, I've been able to swim with the front pack, which is makes life a lot easier for me, and kind of hoping then that Sam and Lionel don't hit the front pack, and I have a gap on them.
The American shoulders, they are stones.
Yeah, Lionel is obviously the athlete, the triathlete in the history of the sport that has most 70.3 wins, so it would be quite nice to have a win against him under my belt. I have never beaten him in 70.3 before, but it's also, as I said, so many great athletes that you have to consider as well. If you're just watching Sam and Lionel, you're kind of maybe missing out on the other guys, so I'm trying to pay attention to everyone and not really let it dictate too much where they are. Yeah, it would mean a lot to win here. Also, it's the last time, unfortunately, but that would also be a bit more special to win than.
Well, how ironic was that with Magnus Ditlev with a flat tyre in training? But let's go back over to our women's race right now. Victoria Lopez is just having the ride of her life so far, holding off one of the strongest women in the sport at this point in time in Paula Finlay. Now, the bike record here was set by you, Daniela, at a 2:14.11. What about this young lady today? She's giving us a lot to talk about.
Yes, Lopez is really strong. I think she's looking super smooth. She's barely got out of her TT position, so that means she's really feeling good and also feeling stable. And I think that's really important on that course, to be able to hold your TT position and just stay aero for as long as you can, and almost along. Also in the light downhills, and yeah, she's really looking strong. She looks like she's pacing herself well, and so far no weakness at all. And I think she's having the race of her life. I think Paula is definitely trying to catch her, but at the moment it's very stable there. Paula is about 30 seconds back, so she can definitely see Lopez. But yeah, it's she seems like, I would think that she would have made the move and to bridge up if she could. So yeah, it's she has to listen to herself, and I think it's important to listen to yourself. We still have to climb ahead, so let's not forget that. It can still be, a lot of change can still happen if we then start to go up Snow Canyon.
Victoria Lopez hails from a short course background, but you wouldn't think of it today. She's showing signs of a lot of experience out there. She is a veteran of the sport with a long time in triathlon, but today she is certainly showing the world that she has arrived as a contender, especially holding off Paula Finlay and the cycling prowess of the Canadian, having represented a country at World Championships in cycling in the time trial events, also at multiple podium winner at the World Championships in triathlon, and also your defending champion right here in St. George. So knowing that she's got the experience here and holding off someone like Paula Finlay, Victoria Lopez must be riding an air of confidence. Now, Daniela, when you got into the lead of these races, it was inevitable that you were going to win because you were the fastest biker of your generation and also one of the fastest runners of your generation too. So the confidence that you do by getting out into the lead of these races does give you a little bit of a leg up.
Yeah, I think it's in one way it's confidence, but also I think it's a little bit what Lionel said. You really have to be able to hurt, and on a course like this, you need to be able to go deep and really put the hammer down. And I think that's what Lopez is doing at the moment. She's definitely pushing hard, and yeah, I think this course you can't really hide. There's either you're in the wind or you're going up the hill, and I think that's why there's not really any part of this part of the course where you can stop pedaling, and that makes it really hard. So yeah, it is a tough course, and you have to be able, or you have to be willing to hurt. And I think, yeah, a great day for Lopez. I think Paula is now just maybe 20 seconds back, so it's very tight there. And then I think as we come to the hill, which is now we're going through the houses, it's not that far now, just one more light uphill and then another slightly downhill until then we come to the Snow Canyon.
Victoria Lopez from Brazil continues to lead, riding through the beautiful town of Evans at the moment before she takes on Snow Canyon Parkway, and that is where she is going to be faced with a significant climb. And Paula Finlay, knowing that she's a great climber, she's going to have a little bit of work to do to hold off the Canadian. So Victoria Lopez is doing a great job of this race at the moment. Going downhill at this point in time, very smooth, fast roads here, so we can just tell you that the Brazilian is just having a great old time with it at the moment. So just welcome you all back in right now. I am Greg Welch, and Daniela Reif, our Swiss 10-time Ironman champion, 5 times 70.3, 5 times Ironman. So great to have you in studio today, Danny. Having a good time?
Absolutely. I mean, love watching the race. It's one of my favorite courses, and I'm getting quite excited and had some goosebumps moments already. Lopez and Sanders really pushing it in the front, and now it's going to heat up soon when we get up the climb.
Well, you're doing good in studio. Any signs of a comeback anytime soon in racing, or?
Well, no, I'm enjoying this talking here. It's a little bit more relaxed. Still got my got a few Red Bulls behind, so I keep the energy because it's actually still quite long. But yeah, I mean, nothing to compared to what the athletes do here. Yeah, I'm suffering a little bit less than these guys out there.
What are you doing to fill your time these days, Danny? You got anything on the horizon? Any other challenges in your life?
Yeah, it's a lot of things happening. I love to be involved in projects, and oh, here we go. Look at we have actually just Paula making the move. So I think we should stop talking about me and get back to the race. Paula Finlay just bridged up to Lopez, and yeah, I'm keeping busy with all kind of things. I'm still training a bit, but not as hard as these guys anymore, which is nice also. I enjoy it.
Daniela, at this stage of the race, you know, a little bit about just over halfway on the bike course, and Paula Findlay has finally made her way up to the back wheel of Victoria Lopez. What's actually happening right now?
Yeah, I think they're testing themselves. I'm sure Paula will look over. Yes, she does. Just checking. Probably she also had gave Lopez a little bit kudos, like saying, "Hey, well done." But now it's my turn. She seems like she's making the move now. So, like I a little bit predicted, I said, you know, she might wait a bit. So it seems like she waited, got kind of waited to make the move, and now I would assume she's putting the hammer down, and we're not too far from the Snow Canyon hill, so I would assume she's now picking it up and say, okay, my turn.
So do you think that the effort that Victoria Lopez put in, you know, in the early part is going to be okay for her to keep pace with Paula, or do you think, like, you know, people like Lisa Pacheris and Jackie Herring and others can make their way up there?
I mean, they're all still quite close to each other, so I would say still everything is open at that moment. And on a 7K climb, you can definitely make up a lot of time. So at the moment, it's about also fueling yourself. You need to get in these carbs. These athletes, they take around 120 to 150 grams of carbs per hour, which is really important to fuel on the bike, because especially on the last climb, if you're low on energy there, then you're going to lose a lot of time. And also for the run, this course is maybe not as fast as other courses, because yeah, it's still quite a bit of elevation here, and so you need to really fuel these 2 hours 15, 2 hours 20 for the bike.
Lionel Sanders continues to lead in Snow Canyon Parkway. We've got a change in our women's race. Paula Findlay from Canada has now assumed the lead here in St. George over Victoria Lopez, but it's the Canadian on the men's side and the Canadian on the women's side.
We're not here to sell you on this life. You already chose it. No shortcuts, no hype, just work, same as you. Built to outlast, endure. 40 years in, and we're just getting warmed up. Welcome to the Ohana.
What is the feed? Well, the feed fuels the world's best athletes.
Hydration, gels, chews, recovery, supplements. You got everything you need.
We make your next workout even better. Whether you're training for the World Championships or hitting your next PR, we are here to fuel your success.
Fuel your workout with feed.
Shop today and get a personalized bottle at thefeed.com.
Here's Elizabeth in the middle of the perfect workout for her. To create it, we analyzed her biometrics and genetics, her recovery rate, injury risk, and aerobic potential, her recent training sessions, the temperature, humidity, and elevation, the demands of her next race, and billions of data points from athletes just like her. With TriDot, Elizabeth gets faster. And what does she have to do?
I just opened TriDot and did my workout.
TriDot. We do the technology, you do the training.
Morton, get used to it. And Ruvi, the indoor cycling experience. Well, talking about a cycling experience, look at the Red Rock, this beautiful landscape here is now belonging to Lionel Sanders as he's chewing it up in Snow Canyon at this point in time, really rocking and rolling along the roads here. The fast surface is allowing him to put in some good speed. He's got a good climb coming up in a moment, Danny, and then he will be rocketing all the way down Bluff Street at around about 90k an hour, bringing it home on the bike today. But in Snow Canyon, one of my favorite places to bike.
Absolutely, absolutely stunning landscape. Lionel is just about to hit the start of the hill, which is 4.77 miles. It's around 8k and 1,028 feet of elevation. So it's quite a bit of a climb, and yeah, he looks super strong.
Yep, right back there in second place. Seth Ryder's been having a great day here so far. He was the early leader on the swim and just really holding on to a solid pace on the bike ride at the moment, but I don't think it's anything that they could match with Lionel Sanders. But right behind there, Seth Ryder, we got a couple of really nice, cycling people coming through. And Sam Long is making his way through the field as well. But beautiful overhead shots of Snow Canyon at the moment, as we can see that they're in Snow Canyon on the way up before they get their descent here. Camping is allowed in some of the places down here. It's a very popular spot. But now we are getting ready for the climb.
Yeah, great job from Sam Long. He really worked himself up there, and he's now 2:48 back from Lionel Sanders. So I would say still everything is open for Sam as well. I mean, he's had some fantastic racing here. He raced here 7 times, and he won last year. So in a really strong performance. He's also the course record holder, I think, on the bike and on the run. I'm not sure, but he has a 1:59.57 last year on the bike and a 1:10.46. So yeah, he knows this course, and I know that he definitely also wants to win this race. So depending on how Lionel will get off the bike eventually, we can still see also some run battles. But first, let's focus on Snow Canyon, and it's starting now.
Yeah, it really is starting, and Sam Long having 3 minutes and 45 deficit leaving T1 this morning here is now taking a little bit of time out of the rest of the field here. Lionel Sanders riding along nicely, and you were right, Danny, there. Sam Long holds the record on a 1:59.57. Connor Weaver has the run record out there today, but Sam Long is now ready to pounce and ready to make a move here. Where's number 1? He's got the pressure of the defending champion on his back at this point in time, but he's pushing hard at the moment in Snow Canyon. So you got Lionel Sanders and Sam Long, 2 of the strongest riders in the field, really tearing it up where it means most.
Yeah, they have done some training together. I think over the last weeks they went a little bit their own way because, as the races come closer, you don't want to show too much to your competitor. But they are great friends as well, both training in Tucson, and both also self-coached. So they've both come a long way, really improved a lot over the years. And yeah, they're both shining today. And it's great to see when you can follow the athlete's journey, how they get better over the years and really make the best out of themselves. Both are also young fathers. Really nice to see how they enjoy their life, having families, but also training really hard.
Yeah, both having baby boys, that's right. So lots of energy going out to the kids and into their training. You noticed just a moment ago when Sam was, sitting down into his handlebars there, you can see he had hand over hand, and then he switched to hand on either side of the handlebars, just trying to do anything to, ooze out every ounce of energy going up through Snow Canyon.
Yeah, at that point, you definitely take every chance you can to get out of the TT bars for a bit, because these athletes have been so long in the saddle and trying to go low as low as possible. Where now, as we really into the climb, it actually sometimes hard on the camera. I don't really see how steep it is, but I've ridden this climb and it is really quite steep and it hurts a lot to ride up here. So they're all working hard, really hard now, possibly going 450 watts up to 500 watts. and yeah, really pushing it up the hill.
Hard to believe, Danny, but you got Lionel Sanders out there in the lead at 3 minutes and 6 seconds, and then Seth Ryder, who's sitting in third place at 3:20. So Sam Long making the move. Then Ben Hamilton, Colin Such, and Kevin McDowell, they're all hanging in there. And look at Cam Worth sitting now in 7th place, making up some time as well. Jake Birtwistle, the Australian, and a very fast runner, sitting in 8th place at only 3:46. And Jackson Laundry sitting just inside of that 4-minute mark with Max Newman. So you've got a top 10 there that is absolutely incredible. And don't forget about Trevor Foley, who's only 4:04 down. So this is going to be very interesting. Lionel Sanders having a great day, but the top 10 has all the big names.
Absolutely. Still, everything is open, and I would think on this climb we can still see some shifts of 1 or 2 minutes, and then also possibly on the downhill towards the back to town, we can still see some changes. So everyone, yeah, pushing hard. I think great race also from Jake Birtwistle. He's a strong runner as well. So I think he's still really in the mix there, and I think that's where he needs to be to have a shot as well for the podium.
Sam just really sitting up vertical there, Danny, and really, trying to work that bike like that. We're used to, seeing an athlete, turning circles, but this is actually quite a lot of downforce going through the front part of the pedal stroke there. So Sam just really working every part of the energy that he has in his body there to push out the maximum amount of watts at this point in time. Back into the saddle he goes, back down into the aero position. So a very steep part behind them as they make their way across the top. Once they get to Bluff Street, which is Lionel's getting to at the moment, it's going to be so fast coming home.
Yeah, it can be scary fast. I've had the days there where I was really scared to be in a teach position, and as we can see here, Lionel just catching up some rider, probably maybe a guy going for a little stroll, and I'm being shocked on how fast he's going to be past. So yeah, he's really pushing it. I think, yeah, how we can see getting out of the saddle, just really taking that moment, and that's now you can see how fast he is. He's just passing this other guy like a rocket, and I think yeah, he's on a mission. He just looks back to see if he has some competition close by, and I'm sure he knows that also Sam Long will be riding strong. So as they've been running together, they did some track sessions together. I think one time they did 6 times 1K and finishing in a 2:53 kilometer per for a kilometer. So they both know that they're in good shape for the run. And I mean, Sam Long has proven himself here, but also Lionel, and also with his great race in Oceanside, I think he really proved to everyone that he's in an amazing shape this year. And also his running form, I mean, he was running down Gustav Eden and really all the top guys in Oceanside. So Lionel Sanders is definitely in peak shape, and so is Sam Long, as we see him here on the last part of the climb. And
Lionel,
yeah,
yep. Lionel Sanders on a very hard part of the course, but so too is Sam Long. He's trying to put in distance from the rest of the field here. Let's get caught up with Sam Long. This is a fighting chance.
The question I should be asking is, who do I want to be second behind me? It's kind of hard to believe it's the last time, actually. I've added it up. It's my 10th time racing here. Even the Europeans, like, it's one of Magnus's favorite race. That's why he's here, and it's the last one, and you want to make the last one count as a big statement, right? Hi, Cuckoo! Hi, Cuckoo Bazooka! Yeah, it's already lunchtime. You slept so late, Leo.
A lot of talk about coming back here with your history with Lionel here and with Magnus. You posted on social like, Magnus, we're coming for you.
In a way, I feel the race I'm remembered the most for is the one I didn't win. Like, the last 2 years I've put out huge winning performances here, but the one race everyone talks about is 2021 when I got second to Lionel, right? But that was a big turning point in my career, was 2021. Like, I feel like that was the point I became kind of like, I believed in myself and I thought I had potential, and then I showed I had that potential, and ever since then I've been a truly world-class athlete. So like, equally so, I think people forget that Magnus was there. Like, Magnus was there in 2021, and obviously Magnus has grown tremendously as an athlete, and we're all here again. And the question I've been asking myself is like, if I have to get beat by one of them, which one is it? I don't really have an answer to that, to be honest. Like, we've got Jackson Laundry here. I'm very excited to see him, as well as, you know, potentially some other guys who could be sneaky. So yeah, it's a great field assembled. Running a little longer than we should. We're going to be doing like, I don't know, 70 miles or something, or 65, 100K. So we kind of end right at the base of Steve Canyon. Yeah, so Lionel and I, we've actually only done run workouts together so far. Those run sessions have been fast and furious. I think they're a good indication to both of us that our running is at a very high level, and assuming we come off in a position that, you know, the front isn't too far ahead, then yeah, I think you're gonna see it be a battle between Lionel and I. I want to put out my own best individual performance at St. George, and that's what I've now been very focused on. Like, I know what I've done here in the past, and I want to beat that across the board, swim, bike, and run. Well, be sure to tell Magnus how strong I look, okay? Yeah, I will. Good.
What do you want? You know, what's that really good non-alcoholic beer I keep hearing about?
Do you have that really great non-alcoholic beer that I keep seeing?
Do you have a non-alcoholic beer that actually
tastes good?
It's athletic. You're holding it.
You mean athletic? You're looking at it.
I think you mean athletic.
It's athletic. Ask for it.
Meet Kicker Run from Wahoo, a revolutionary indoor running experience where you just run and your feet set the pace. We call it Run Free Mode, a game-changing technology that allows you to change speeds naturally, just like you do outdoors. You can even let popular training apps control the speed and grade for you. Kicker Run by Wahoo. It's time to run free.
Jackie Herring riding a nice discipline here today over the 56 miles on the bike, just attacking Snow Canyon at the moment. We can tell you that Lionel Sanders is up in the lead, and so too is Sam Long. But on our women's race, Jackie Herring making her way toward the front of this course. We know that Paula Finlay has now assumed the lead from Victoria Lopez, and Danielle Lewis. Jackie Herring, right on screen right now, is having a good day as well. We know what Jackie's capable on the run here, but riding a strong race at the moment. And Danny, both men's and women's races getting very exciting.
Absolutely. Jackie Herring is really showing a great performance today. She placed second in Oceanside, and I think now being in third place, still really in the mix. She still, for her, everything is open, And yeah, she's raced St. George many times. She placed here third in 2024, and yeah, showed a really good run split on that day. So I think, yeah, for her is still everything open, and she does her race and trust in her abilities.
Back to the lead of the race is Vittoria Lopez riding in second place, just keeping Paula Finlay in check right now. This is a great race by the Brazilian as they're just about to hit Snow Canyon at the moment. Snow Canyon Parkway they're at this point in time. This is a town of Evans before they head up into the park itself. They're going to be going past the beautiful sand dunes that are up there, and then also that magnificent landscape. It's almost like landing on the moon up there, but in a red type of situation. So Paula Finlay from Canada has a 1 second advantage over Vittoria Lopez from Brazil, and quite a good gap back to third and fourth places.
Yeah, I think she mentioned she doesn't want to see Jackie on the bike, which her goal is still happening at the moment. She's, I mean, she's in the lead. She probably doesn't bother too much on having company at the moment. She does her race, and I think she looks smooth. She's in a good form, and I think also the race in Oceanside gave her a lot of confidence. It seemed like she was in very good spirits coming into that race, and normally that really helps her also to perform well. And then we have Lotte also showing a great race today. She's a little bit further back after, actually I'm not sure, where is she?
Yes, a lot of films are sitting inside of the top 5 right now, as we can tell you that up in first place, Paula Finlay, Vittoria Lopez, also Jocelyn McCauley and Lisa Pacheres is right in the mix as well. Lot of films. We've got Jackie Herring is up there as well. So this is Snow Canyon Parkway at the moment. As you can see in the foreground there, the beautiful red rock landscape of this Snow Canyon area, and we can see they're just going through the aid station. They're picking up some Morton gel. Also, that is Lotte Wilms just fueling before she goes up, and it's very important at this point in time. As you know, that they're around about 15 kilometres away from heading off into T2, as our men have only got under 6 kilometres to go, Daniela. So nutrition, a very important part of the race right now.
Absolutely. There's not many moments where you can grab a gel, so most athletes actually carry them in their bottles as a concentrate or as just gels in their little lunchbox on the frame in the bike. But as you go that fast in many sections and you really don't want to get out of the TT bar, sometimes it's hard to reach these gels. So yeah, these moments are important. You can't forget to fuel, and I think now is a very important time to get the energy in, because yeah, it's still we are 2:08 in the race, so that means we're a little bit or just about halfway. So yeah, these ladies still have to push quite hard for over 2 hours.
So we see. Going up into Snow Canyon right now, we can see the Vittoria Lopez just sitting on the back there, looking quite comfortable. Now, Danny, do you think that she's going to be able to hold the wattage and the power outputs going up into Snow Canyon? But just after this, so we got the AG1 supplemental stats on bike at 29.4 miles or 47 kilometres into it. Paula Finlay is riding along at 23 miles an hour on her average at the moment. So that's incredible from the Canadian athletes. That's the AG1 supplemental stats at 29.4 miles on the race. So Danny, getting back to you.
Yeah, so it looks like Paula is either catching one of the men or someone got lost on the course, but I think it doesn't really influence her at the moment. It's all going straight, and then we're just having that one turn to the right where we're going into Snow Canyon, where also the hill is going to start. And I think, yeah, for Vittoria Lopez, I think it couldn't be better, this position, having, Paula making the pace. So I think Lopez can now really focus on just following her and also listen to herself. But she looks really smooth, and I think for her it's really a great day. I think she's I don't think she expected to be with Paula in that stage. And now they're doing the turn, quite a bit of a right turn, and now we're going into the most, I would say, most beautiful landscape you can see. All red rocks surrounded with little green bushes, and yeah, always when I raced in there or just rode in there, I was just astonished from the landscape. So even though when you're racing you can't really soak up too much, it's still nice to ride in a beautiful spot.
Really is a beautiful spot, Danny, and just before you hit Snow Canyon you go through Evans, and there's that one little black lava rock area there in Evans. It reminds me a lot of Kona, Kailua Kona, where the Ironman World Championship is held as well. So Paula Finlay at the moment is leading our women's pro race. This is the Ironman Pro Series of 2025. We've got 19 races. We've got 18 different areas and venues of our competition in 2025. The winners will be going for a share of $1.7 million over the course of the season, all culminating at Nice this year at the Ironman World Championship, and also Kona with our women this year, and then also finishing off in Marbella, Spain, when we do finish the 25-year Ironman 70.3 World Championship. But going into Snow Canyon right now, Paula Finlay, she's got company with Vitória Lopes from Brazil.
Absolutely. She's not holding, or Lopez is not letting go, and I think we also seeing summer athletes there. I mean, that's Paula with Lopez, and then I'm not sure if we spotted the other two.
And now we get a shot of Lionel Sanders here and Sam Long. So Lionel Sanders going down at 53 miles an hour right now. He is hitting speeds of 85 kilometers an hour going down Bluff Street, and he's just a few kilometers away from T2 at the moment. So Lionel Sanders really opening it up on the descent here from Sam Long at 53 miles an hour, 85 kilometers an hour, and still pedaling, Danny. How is that possible?
Yeah, he will have some big chainring there, and also that he's, yeah, at the moment very important to stay in the TT. And I think also maybe talking a few facts, Sam being 3 or 2:48 back, and Lionel run 1:13 in 2023, and Sam run 1:10, which means is about 3 minutes. So I think if Lionel would run the same, then in 2023 we could even possibly see a sprint finish here. So even though I think Lionel is a better runner this year than he was the last 2 years, I think we're going to see some tight racing. Back to the women.
Back to the women, yeah, back to the women we go there, Danny, with Vitória Lopes still sitting there very, very nicely. They got 20 kilometres to ride here, 12.8 miles to go, where our men are just about to hit T2, where they will set off onto the 13.1 mile run course here. Another doozy of a run course, but right now focused hard in on our women's pro race today. Paula Finlay riding uphill nicely at the moment. The cadence is nice, but once that road does peak up, it does get very steep. They'll be down into the small chainring. They'll be pushing as hard as they possibly can, trying to keep the chasers at bay today. So Paula Finlay just having a very, very nice ride so far. Will she try and open it up on the back end of the race here today? Only your guess is as good as mine, Danny. Your guess probably better, but Lisa Pacheris as well is riding well.
And also, let's not forget Laura Siddall. I think it seems like she moved up herself here into the field, and really showing a great bike split. She's raced here also many times, and I'm sure she will be happy with that. She hasn't raced for a while, and really showing a good performance here as well.
Pacheris continues to chase the other women, the leaders of the course at the moment. Got a recreational rider out the side here, riding in Snow Canyon today. I don't blame him. It's absolutely gorgeous on a spectacular day as well. Not only for racing, but out there hiking this beautiful Snow Canyon. If you've never been to St. George, Utah, you need to go. It is stunning. Paula Finlay leads the race in #1 spot at the moment here. 4 seconds up on Vitória Lopes from from Brazil here, so we can see that Paula is really hard charging. The nutrition still strapped on the bike there nicely, and a very calculated formula from the Canadian as far as the nutritional plan goes.
Yeah, I think that's where she wants to be, leading the race, being able to set the pace. And yeah, she's done that race so many times. She will know how to pace herself. She won this race last year, 2024, in a 2:16 bike split, but also got the second place at the 70.3 Worlds 2022. So she has great memories from this race, and she also said in the interviews before that it's one of her favorite races. So we're back with Lionel Sanders. Yeah, seems to be back in town soon, and then that means we're going to have some transitions very, very soon.
Yeah, you've got about 1 minute to go for Lionel Sanders as he makes his way through the last couple of turns past the penalty tent. So no stoppages for Lionel Sanders today. He has been nothing but brute force today on this bike ride. A great swim by the Canadian here, and then off onto the bike, he made himself known very, very quickly at the front of the field, overtaking the fast-flying Magnus Ditlev at that time. He went past Mark Dubrick. He also went past the leader, Seth Ryder, and now he finds himself in the lead of this race here at the Intermountain Health Ironman 70.3 St. George North American Championship. He will be first place off the bike. Now, he did say in some of his interviews, hard biking means slow running, so we know that he's had a great race here before with Sam Long, both having run 1:11 on the day, 1 hour, 11 minutes on the day. Then it was Sam Long that ran 3 minutes faster last year. So we have a race on our hand. What will the deficit be? Only time will tell. But right now, Danny, Lionel Sanders is on fire.
Yes, and he is one of the athletes who can ride hard and then also run well. His run in Oceanside just a few weeks ago was absolutely amazing. And even though maybe it doesn't look always absolutely smooth, he's one of the best runners in the field. And yeah, he definitely worked himself up there, and I think he couldn't be in a better position starting this race as the first one getting out of the transition. Really great job from Lionel.
Lionel just working his way toward the transition here, and explain it for us, Daniela, how important it is to get off to a good start. Take it from here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when your feet first touch the ground after pushing so hard, sometimes they get numb because when you push hard in your pedals, you don't really feel your feet. So these first meters of running can be quite uncomfortable. He chooses to put on socks, which is probably a good move because there's quite some corners. So he takes these extra, I would say, 4 seconds. That's a smooth transition, and into the shoes, the carbon plate shoes are going to propel him forward. So that was a very smooth transition. He's out and he's ready to go. He looks very smooth. He doesn't limp or anything. He got off the bike and it looks like he's pushing straight from the start.
The Wahoo Element Bolt says race record on the bike today for Canada's Lionel Sanders for the 90 kilometres, 56 miles, 1:58.13. He's taken more than 90 seconds out of Sam Long's bike course record set last year at a 1:59.57. So the Canadian in great form, coming off Oceanside 70.3, and now 4 times a champion in St. George. Does he have it again here today? He did say riding hard it equals up to a slow run, but today, will he get the job done? This is the man that can do something about it. Sam Long from Tucson, Arizona, sometimes training partners with Lionel Sanders, is just heading in to the transition. He gets a good look going the other way of Lionel Sanders on the run course. That's going to spark a little energy into Sam's step today, but coming into T2 in second place, Daniela Reef, explain it to us. By the 10-time world champion, you know better than anyone that this is an important transition for the American.
Absolutely. We will find out soon how much of a gap he has on Lionel. But for now, Sam will have to just focus on not stepping over that line. You need to put your first foot in front of the line. Otherwise, you're going to be punished with penalty. He's 240 back. So yeah, absolutely crazy. So that means if we would have similar splits to last year's and 2023 runs, we are going to get to see these two running together. But let's also not forget, Lionel really improved his run. So yeah, definitely it's going to be tight. But Sam, I'm sure he can be super happy. I mean, we're talking about 158 bike split of Lionel Sanders, which is even outbiking, Cam Worth, who's just made the world record on the 180K in Texas. So this performance is absolutely impressive. And so we have Sam Long now changing shoes to put on. Also, did he put on socks, Greg? Did you see? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I did see he did not put on socks there, Danny. So Slammin' Sammy Long from Tucson, Arizona. He's also taken his own bike record down by 4 seconds. 53 for the American today. But Lionel Sanders, big news, taking over 90 seconds out of Sam Long's record today. Now we got Colin Such just coming into the transition as well with a great ride of 2:01.13. Kevin McDowell out of 2:03.31, and then Seth Ryder 2:04.55, biking really well here as they head up and outside of St. George. Now, Daniela, this is no easy run course. They go up Dixie Hill, they go up into the park, and then they run flat out on the downside, a quad-cracking descent all the way back into St. George. But now Sam Long is in pursuit of Lionel Sanders.
Yeah, and it's the tough part about this course is that it pretty much starts with a hill. So you get off that bike and you're already tired, and the first thing you have to do is running uphill. So yeah, it really takes everything out of you. And then the downhill as well will hurt the legs because you're going to be kind of overpacing of your threshold, which then means you have just a lot of impact on your legs, which then can lead to very, very tired legs, which all these athletes' legs will be already tired from such tough riding. So we are here back in transition. I think also Seth Ryder can be very happy. He's in 5th place and not only 4 minutes back. So that means he's still in a good position to also, with a good run, get back on that podium. And I would say everything is still open. What do you think, Greg?
Yeah, well, I think it's going to be a great race, coming into the last part of the run course for sure. But we can tell you that Sam Long was the fastest out of Lionel Sanders and Sam Long today in transition. Sam took out 8 seconds. He did not put the socks on, so he took out 8 seconds in transition from Lionel Sanders and off running very, very well at this stage. Like you said, Daniela, they're running uphill, steeply, straight away, so pacing is going to be the #1 key thing in the early part of the run. When you look at Lionel Sanders on the top left of the screen right now, you would say that nothing's conventional about his run style, but don't worry about that. He's one of the fastest runners in the sport. All right, back to our women's racing, Danny. We've got a great race still happening with Paula Finlay and Victoria Lopez.
So yeah, we're seeing them going up the hill. And it's absolutely stunning landscape here. And both showing really amazing races. It's impressive that Lopez is still with Paula, really holding on strong. And it seems like she's not letting her go. And really impressive riding from both of them.
Lionel Sanders continuing to hoof his way through the run course right now in an uphill direction, going up toward Dixie Red Hills here as he makes his way off to the two-loop run course. So Lionel Sanders with a great ride today with a 1:58 bike split, taking the record down by over 90 seconds from Sam Long. Sam, having sitting in second place at this point in time, is really trying to chase hard from Lionel Sanders at the moment, but Lionel is in gear. He's focused on the things ahead of him right now, and that has to be pacing and nutrition through this run course, because Daniela, anything can happen on this run course being so tough.
Absolutely, and you touched up on the form before. I think, Lionel with his definitely own running form, and he got often he gets approached by why do you run on your heels, and I actually know exactly how it feels. I think there's different ways of running, and as Lionel definitely proved, is that you can be a very fast runner even when you're running over your heels. So definitely between Lionel and Sam, it's very different running styles, but we can see that both are very fast.
Yeah, Matthew Marquardt now in transition. One of our American racers here suffered a little bit of a nerve impingement in Ironman Texas. So we did learn that over the last week or so. So Matthew Marquardt in transition and about to get onto the run course. But beautiful overhead shots. This is Snow Canyon. Southwestern Utah is really putting on a beautiful day.
Absolutely. And look at this landscape, the red rocks with the green trees. It can't get any more beautiful. And I'm actually wondering who's this third person is behind. I feel like we can spot two other riders there, just behind Paula and Victoria. It might be two of the other athletes bridging up to them.
I think, Danny, it might be a couple of pro men, or, we had our age group men start just a little bit back as well. So I'm guessing that it's going to be none of the female pros at this point in time. Paula and Victoria have really cleaned out as they make their way uphill through Snow Canyon at this point in time. When Sam Long, you can see a look at his biomechanics right now, completely different to that of Lionel Sanders. And like we said, you can talk about biomechanics, you can talk about foot placement and arm placement and everything else until the cows come home. But at the end of the day, the foot speed is what's going to get you through a fast half marathon over this distance here. And you can tell that Sam Long might have the better mechanics at the moment, but Lionel Sanders is leading the race.
Yeah, I would say it's not only the foot placement, but also, there's so much more to it. I think strength, but also how fit your heart is, how your lungs are able to pump. But then I think the most important is how deep are you willing to push? And these two, Lionel and Sam, are two athletes that can push themselves very, very hard. And I could think that Sam is going to make a bit of time, especially in the start, because he wants to bridge up. But if we're going to see a battle between them, they're both going to go really, really deep.
Daniela, it looks like Paula Findlay has now dropped it down to the small chainring here and really working hard with that cadence at this point in time. Victoria Lopez is out of the saddle, so we do know that this is a very, very hard part of the bike.
Yes, the last part of this of the Snow Canyon is steep. Often you don't really see it on the cameras. On TV, it always looks much flatter than it actually feels and is. And I think she knows at this point that it's this last part of where you really have to dig deep. It's not long now until we get up to the top of the hill, and then it's about going back to aero and really hiding yourself against the wind.
Do you think at this point in time that Paula Findlay is feeling a little bit at unease because Victoria Lopez is back there, or do you think that she's got a number?
I think she's confident enough to know that she can also run well, and she's showed it in Oceanside that she's strong overall, and I think she's one of the athletes. She's been racing for so long. I've raced her many, many times, also in ITU, but then in also a lot of 7.3, and I believe that she has the experience to know how to pace herself and not get too stressed. Of course, it's always nicer if you can do your own thing and you have a lead, but at the moment, it looks like they're going to maybe run together.
Jocelyn McCauley riding along really nicely in third place in our women's race right now with Lisa Becerris here. Then you have Danielle Lewis, Lotta Vilms and Jackie Herring. They are bringing up the top 6. But right now, Jocelyn McCauley doing a good job. She's trying to break away from Becerris here, and she's doing a good job of it. Right now, Jocelyn McCauley from the USA is trying to make inroads of our 2 leaders, being Finlay and Lopez.
Absolutely. Jocelyn has been on the circuit for a long time as well. She's very experienced, and she raced in Ironman New Zealand in this year. She placed second, so she definitely showed already early in the season that she's in good shape. And also in St. George, she raced with a 7th place, so she knows the course, and she's a strong rider and definitely also knows how to pace herself. So like I said in the beginning, now we're going to see who has, suffered or who has some energy left.
Back to the lead of our women's race right now. Paula Finlay now ready to race hard in the downhill section back into St. George. So just over 10 kilometres to ride now. 6.3 miles for our women as they make their way back. So in less than 15 minutes, our ladies will be out onto the run course. But it's Paula Finlay that's made the first of those right turns on Bluff Street to be coming home with a nice little lead now of 13 seconds. So it was Paula that really put in a bit of an effort, concerted effort to get rid of Vittoria Lopez at that turn there, Danny. So no surprise to see Paula Finlay trying to break away.
Yes, absolutely. And I think also some important information about Chelsea. I heard that she's suffering some stomach or sickness. I'm not sure if she's still in the race, but definitely she's not having the best race for herself at the moment.
Yeah, so we can report that Chelsea Sodaro is a DNF today, so unfortunately suffering some stomach issues there, unfortunately, Danny. So, yeah, bad for her today, but we wish her well to get better, and, for the next part of the season. Well, it was out to 13 seconds, and Lopez, being the fighter that she is, has made her way back to Paula Finlay, so she's not giving up without a fight.
Absolutely. And here we are back with the men. There's some tight corners on this run course, which are always quite tricky. Having, almost numb legs from the bike, it can be quite challenging to get these tight corners. But yeah, I think that's Colin Zook showing a really great race today. I think he would be happy with how he's positioned in 3rd place at the moment. And he looked quite smooth out there. So who knows what he's going to show in this final run.
Yeah, exactly. Paula Finlay is really biking hard back in toward town, over 70 kilometres an hour, almost spinning out the gears of the bike and catching up to a couple of our pro men out there. So Paula Finlay is sitting in a very good position. She's very comfortable on a bike. We've said it a few times in the broadcast already that she is a part of that Canadian national team on the time trial team as well, going to World Championships in a different sport altogether. So a multi-talented athlete is Paula Finlay, not only a podium finisher at World Championships in triathlon, but representing her country at the Road Championships as well. So coming back into town, she's just got a few kilometres to go, 8 kilometres to be precise, before she heads off onto the run course. But Vittoria Lopez not giving up without a fight today, finds herself just a little bit behind.
Yes, very fast passage where they are now. It's slightly downhill, and yeah, at the moment it's really all full gas back to the town. Paula showing no signs of fatigue. She seems to be in control, and that's where in that part of the race is you still want to be focused in the moment, but you're also starting to think a little bit about the run. I mean, still we got quite a 10 or a bit more than 10K to go, but you want to fuel up so you're ready for the run. You want to make sure your bladder is kind of also ready to run. And yeah, I think we will show possibly a run head to head with these two.
Daniela, I want you to break it down with Paula Finlay because she looks so good on a bike. Look how quiet her body is. She's just letting her legs doing the talking here. The back is flat. The upper body is barely moving an inch. And also you can see that front water bottle is gone now. So the aerodynamics are perfect at this point in time. And only the nutrition that's left on the bike is right behind her. Very smart racing.
Yeah, she most likely got rid of the bottle going up the hill. And I would say in a flat part, these bottles between your arms actually can have a benefit on your aerodynamics, but going up the hill, you don't want to have too much weight carrying with you. So I assume she got rid of the bottles before she got up the hill, so she didn't have to carry that much. And now it's all about going straight back to town.
Coming back into town, they will come, but Lionel Sanders is making his way outside of town at the moment as he makes his way up onto the Red Hills Parkway there. They'll be doing a U-turn at the top there at the park and then heading back into town to start their second loop of the run here today. So the Canadian is really making his way through this run course at ease at the moment because last time check he'd actually put 5 seconds on Sam Long. So we looked at Sammy Long running out and he looked absolutely brilliant. And that is just Lionel Sanders for you. It might not be pretty to watch, but boy, is he moving.
He absolutely is. And I think in the first 2.5K, Lionel only lost 5 seconds, which is really not a lot at all. So they started quite similar. And we did know from Oceanside that Lionel can run fast. So Sam is going to have to dig really, really deep to make up some times to Lionel.
Lionel's run 1:11 on this course before, so we know it's a fast time for Lionel Sanders. And there he goes. He's just making his way through this race course like he normally does with nothing, no expression on the face whatsoever. He's always working. Says that if he's not suffering, he's not trying hard enough. Well, they are words spoken from a champion. On the women's side of things, you can see our female lead on the right side of the screen at the moment. Paula Finlay is having a very, very hard time to shake off the Brazilian. And it doesn't look like it's going to happen today, so we're going to have a run race.
We do. I think Lopez is not going to let go now. She proved that that's the pace she wanted to race, and it's also for her, it's the best position she could possibly be in. Who knows what she will show on the run, and Paula definitely won't have an easy job here. I think she will definitely have to work hard. And so now we're getting into one of the fastest parts. The women just taking that corner and really going the full speeds down.
Canada leads Lionel Sanders and also Paula Finlay at the North American Championship.
Here's Elizabeth in the middle of the perfect workout for her. To create it, we analyzed her biometrics and genetics, her recovery rate, injury risk, and aerobic potential, her recent training sessions, the temperature, humidity, and elevation, the demands of her next race, and billions of data points from athletes just like her. With TriDot, Elizabeth gets faster. And what does she have to do?
I just opened TriDot and did my workout.
TriDot. We do the technology, you do the training.
We're not here to sell you on this life. You already chose it. No shortcuts. No hype. Just work. Same as you. Built to outlast. Endure. 40 years in, and we're just getting warmed up. Welcome to the Ohana.
What do you want? What's that really good non-alcoholic beer you caring about?
Do you have that really great non-alcoholic beer that I keep seeing?
Do you have a non-alcoholic beer that actually
tastes good?
It's athletic. You're holding it.
You mean athletic? You're looking at it.
I think you mean athletic.
It's athletic. Ask for it.
Contrasting run styles separate our first and second place finishers right now at the Ironman 70.3 St. George North American Championship, which is underway here on the run time. You can see that the Ruby T2 times here. Ruby transition 2. Top 3 fastest males, Kevin McDowell with a 103, Sam Long with a 104, and Matt Hansen with a 106. So look out for Matt Hansen on the run today. So Sam Long, having a great transition in 1 and 2 today, is really having to work hard because he's got that cut out for him. Lionel Sanders has been nothing short of amazing. He had a great swim, just over 2 minutes down in the deficit there. Then onto the bike, he set a bike course record with a 1:58.13, taking more than 90 seconds off Sam Long's race record. Also Sam Long breaking the record by 4 seconds, but Lionel Sanders is on fire. He is on now the Dixie Red Hills golf course, a very slow part of the run. And Daniela, you know what it's like running across a golf course after a hard bike ride.
Yes, I mean, it might be soft, but it's not the most comfortable thing to do because especially with these carbon plate shoes, you have a lot of cushion. And that means it's not always even. That means you have to really concentrate on not having an ankle problem or just not tipping over. But yes, Lionel shows that he can do it well through it. The golf course is not too bumpy, so it's okay. Sam showing really great race today. He looks really smooth. He's definitely suffering. It starts to heat up as well. We're getting closer to lunch, and that means the sun is really hitting strong on these athletes now. Even though the humidity is not super high, it's still very hot. And these two are really battling it out now. And I think Sam will have to show maybe a run under 110 to be able to catch Lionel. So he knows that for sure, and that's what he's trying now. He's really pushing hard.
That's going to be a very tough task today. Daniela, you've run this course many, many times. So let's now go over to the Hoka run course. Take a look at the map and take us through this incredible run course.
Yeah, I think what's special on this run course is it starts with a bit of an uphill through town. So you basically have a 5K uphill, and then you have that turn and you go back down. So the golf course, which they've just passed, are a bit further than 1/4. And so after you've up, you go down and you do that twice. So it's a 2-lap course, and they're now done. They've done a bit more than 1/4.
You can see, Danny, that Lionel on the grass right now. Sam was on the cart path just a moment ago, and you can see that the leg speed right now is really, really high because they are running downhill quite steeply. How much do you have to keep in reserve after the first lap of the run here? Because a second time around just has to be brutal.
Yes, I think the hardest part is when you come back to after one lap. So you go down that hill, which means you go a bit of overspeed. You have to really, they're running really fast now, and that means turning around. You have to then start again to push up the hill, and that's where it hurts a lot. So definitely a lot of strength is required, and I would say Lionel is definitely one of the strongest athletes out there. So this course really suits him very well.
Just under a mile to go in our women's pro race here on the bike ride today, and that would be 1.5 kilometres. Paula Finlay still sitting in first place, but Victoria Lopez not giving an inch to the Canadian at this point in time. Now, Victoria Lopez was our leader out of the swim. It took Paula Finlay 66% of the way on the bike to catch up to Victoria Lopez, but The Brazilian is not giving anything away today. Going to make a hard course for Paula Finlay out onto the run here today to get the job done. So, coming into the transition area, Paula Finlay and Victoria Lopez going to have to get off to a good transition and a good start to the run.
Yeah, I think Lisa Becerras also shows a great race. She's done her race. She didn't manage to really bridge up to the front. I think that was her goal, to catch Paula, but I'm sure she's happy with what she's doing here. She shows really strong riding, and yeah, I think the big surprise is Victoria Lopez really holding on with Paula and showing absolutely an amazing race, and who knows what she's capable on the run. I mean, she looks, they all look smooth, but I think, yeah, I'm most surprised from Lopez how she really handled the course on the bike, and now soon after this downhill, really fast section, and here we can also see how the cars overtake. That gives you another little drag, just as almost like a tunnel, kind of a wind that blows you even further forward, and that means it's really fast section on the bike here, and soon they're going to start to run.
Yeah, but Becerras is really giving it a good run downhill here, coming back into the Red Hills area. They'll be coming off Bluff Street in just a few minutes and then going into transition. So right now, Paula Finlay and also Victoria Lopez. Becerras is right there. Jocelyn McCauley's right there as well. So we can tell you that the women's race is about to head off onto the run course momentarily. And Danny, this is where, you know, they've got to start thinking about, okay, it's nutrition, it's pacing, but now there's company for this race on the run in our women's pro race.
Yeah, I think it's also mentally you have to, when you realize, okay, there's some competition with me, you have to start thinking, okay, might be a bigger run battle. And even though you should always try to focus on yourself. I mean, you can't really ignore that you're running with someone. So that means, I think also Paula in her head will be thinking, okay, now how do I beat Victoria, and how do I actually start that run, and getting ready to really know that it's going to be a head-to-head run from the start, and not you know, you have to adjust to the other pace of your competition, which can be sometimes hard when you get off the bike. So now they're just coming into the transition, just one more corner, and already taking out the feet out of the shoes so they can just jump off the bike, making sure they're not missing the line, which is always very important. You don't want to have a penalty here. That would be silly. So yeah, making sure they're ready to jump off the bike.
Heading to the run course right now, the pro women here at the Intermountain Health IRONMAN 70.3 St. George. This is the North American Championship, and we've got a race for the ages today. Canada's Lionel Sanders leading the men's race, and Canada's Paula Finlay leading our women's pro race now, making the left-hand turn, coming up to the dismount line. The Canadian will come, jump off the bike, put the bike into the rack, get rid of the helmet. Maybe she'll put the socks on, maybe not. What will she do today? That's a comfort thing, and it's a thing about blisters and other things as well. But that's it. Paula Finlay off the bike, and look who's right behind.
Yeah, I think the decision on putting on socks or not is, I mean, in the end, if you can save yourself 8 seconds, that means the first 2K you can run slower. You can run 4 seconds slower, which is actually quite a lot. But then, yeah, depending on when your next race is and how much you want to ruin your feet, that means, yeah, if you get really bad blisters, that means you might have to wait a little bit longer until you can run again. So, it can be a smart move, but if you have bad blisters, and there's still quite a few turns in this run course, that can then be very painful.
The Wahoo Element Bolt says 2:17:47. So, Danny, you can breathe another day with your bike record of 2 hours, 14 minutes and 11 seconds. Paula Finlay takes it out. Wahoo Element Bolt. 2 hours, 17 minutes and 47 seconds. So there she goes. The socks are going on. The left shoe's already gone on. The right shoe goes off. The helmet's already in the position where it needs to be without getting a penalty today. And just like that, Paula Findlay grabs her gear and out of transition she goes. Really nice and seamless transition. And look at Victoria Lopez. She is on fire. Faster transition and into the lead she goes.
Absolutely amazing. They've exchanging a few words here. Maybe Victoria thanks thanks Paula, but yeah, she's going for it. She really sprinted out there and like it was a 10K run. So yeah, I hope she knows that there's 21K to go.
Victoria Lopez having some good races, but this is going to be one of her best so far. If she can hang on to the win today, that will go down to her best 70.3 race so far, having taken down some of the big names in the sport. But the smiley, the happy Brazilian is off to a great start to the run here in St. George. There's Paula Findlay off to the right-hand side of the screen, just taking her time, being very, very patient and using her experience when it comes to doing these longer races. This 70.3 race will come down to nutrition. It will come down to patience, but one that is certainly going to be very calculated with a very hilly course.
Yeah, and I think Victoria Lopez must be on a high as well. And like she's leading this race. It's the American Championship, and also really the top athletes are here, and I think she must be really over the moon on how she did, and I think she looks super strong, and she looks like she's really also pushing this run. And for that means now for Paula, she will have to really adjust. She can't let her go too long, but then still yeah, she might also decide to really get into it and then really build the run, as she's maybe not a sprinter, but she's a very strong and smart racer.
Yeah, it's going to take a smart race today. Jocelyn McCauley, also from the United States, coming into the transition area right now, having a great bike ride today. She was a little bit behind coming out of the swim here today, but getting back to Victoria, she ran a 1:27 in Cozumel in 2024, so we know that she's got a good half marathon in her as well.
Yeah, we have Jocelyn McCauley, just 2 minutes 04 to the leader, so that's, I mean, very reasonable. 2 minutes is not that much on a 21K run course. And then Lisa Becheras, she's 2:48 back, coming into transition in 4th place. Really great race for her. And yeah, I think it's still very open on the women's field what's going to happen in the run. Victoria Lopez having the really amazing race here, really looks very smooth. Let's not forget, she's actually running up the hill here, and it doesn't look like she's going up. She just looks like she's flying.
In 2024, she was 2nd place in Ironman 70.3 Cozumel, also 25th place in the Olympic Games in Paris. And then in Yokohama last year at the World Triathlon Championship Series, 17th place. She doesn't have much of, experience in 70.3 racing right now. We know that in Cozumel she swam 22.5 minutes, biked at 2:18 and ran 1:27. So this young lady may be going in a little bit without the experience, but just having the time of her life, and knowing that, being blind sometimes can be helpful, knowing that you don't know what's ahead of you. But if she's running out there and she's got good nutrition, then anything can happen with the Brazilian here today. So just heading out of transition area right now is our next of our women pro athletes here, having a very, very nice bike at the moment as well. But Victoria Lopez from Brazil continues to lead and establishing herself in 70.3 right here in St. George.
Yeah, she's showing a great race. She raced really well in Cozumel 2024. So she placed 2nd there. So she definitely also knows how to pace herself. And she looks like she's under control. She looks like she's really going for that win, and must be over the moon to really leading that race.
Lisa Pacheras just getting off the bike here in St. George. The American had a super bike ride today. Can she hang on the run? Well, let's see. But right now, this is a fighting chance with Lisa Pacheras.
You little astronaut. We're going into the unknown. Oh, I just moved weird. Old age gets you real fast. At one point, like a few years ago, I was like young in the field. Now I'm like not young, but Jackie's older. I put 62 and a half. Do you think that's good? I feel better as the week has gone on. It's funny because everyone I talk to that I tell them I'm racing St. George and they're like, this is the most perfect course for you ever. And I'm like, that's what everyone says. And so I have to like get that in my head to see like this course suits me. And I'm like such a triathlete where I don't do the under the straps. I don't do the over the straps. I have to do the under the straps.
Because you're ready for transition?
Yeah. That is.
How important is staying loose on race week? Do you have any fun warm-up routines you do?
Actually on TikTok right now, there's like, I don't know if you guys are on TikTok, but like there's a popular dance that they do like this and they like, and something like this and this, but I'm not like coordinated enough to like learn how to do it. So if you see me post on Instagram like a lot of clips split together, it's because I don't have the ability to memorize all the dance moves. Talent.
Come on,
in this field this weekend, I really like racing against Jackie Herring just because, well, she's a better swimmer and runner than me, but she's just fun because we have really good camaraderie, and it's just kind of when is she going to catch me on the run, or if she's going to catch me on the run. I think we should trade and I should go on the one wheel. I also like racing Paula just to see if I can actually like get up to her on the bike because she's always pretty much going to be faster than me on the swim. Hopefully I'll see her. I think my main goal is just to try to get a 70.3 world spot. So with the temps being or about to be like 95 degrees on Saturday, I'm definitely going to do my best to stay within myself throughout the race. And I think if I just have a solid swim, solid bike, and solid run, I think I'm gonna end up doing pretty well. I just can't blow myself up on any portion of those, then it might be a really long day.
Great running by Lisa Pacheras right now as she makes her way out onto the run course here. We can see the Vittoria Lopes doing a very good job. But the Ruby transition 2 times. Vittoria Lopez 1:14. We knew it was fast when she overtook Paula Finlay there for sure, but it was Danielle Lewis in second place with a 1:15 and Paula Finlay with a 1:21. And we saw a lot of films just in there a moment ago with Jackie Herring. It was very interesting to hear Lisa Pacheras, talking about the race within a race, like her against Paula Finlay on the bike and then her against Jackie Herring on the run today. So it looks like she's got a few things, Daniela, in her mind that she wants to get achieved today. But here it is. It looks like Paula Finlay that's coming up onto the back of our race leader, Vittoria Lopez. So a good start by the Brazilian. The Canadian with the patience, maybe getting it done.
Yeah, interesting how she looks back. She seems like she's stopping at the moment. I don't know what's happening, but she must not feel great. She told something to Paula and looks like she's stopping.
Yeah, Daniela. So at the beginning of the show, I was reading up, just researching, and it did appear that she has been battling a stress fracture, I do believe. So that might have been a premeditated move, but by the look of it. So now it is all Paula Finlay out onto the run course. Jocelyn McCauley is going to come into second place in just a few moments' time, but it was enough for Vittoria Lopez today. So a swim and a bike, and you can just tell that you know, with that injury that she really biked hard today to get to herself, get herself into the lead of the race. So Paula Finlay has now taken the lead of our women's race here at the Intermountain Health Ironman 70.3 St. George American Championship, North American Championship, and it's all Paula Finlay.
Yeah, that would have been quite a. I don't know if Paula knew, but that would have changed her whole tactic. Going out second and then realizing, oh wow, my competition just dropped out. So that really changes everything for Paula, because she does have quite a bit of a gap, a bit more than 2 minutes, and she can now really focus on herself. A big shame Victoria is injured. I wish her good recovery, and hopefully see her again soon, and so she can finish that run as well. So switching back to Lionel Sanders, still in the lead, really showing no fatigue so far. The Sam Long is about 2 minutes 04 back, so Sam is running a bit faster than Lionel, but yeah, I think Lionel is really holding very strong, and until now, it's hard to say. We can start calculate, but it might be a bit too early to know what's going to happen. So they're only at are they around kilometer 12? So yeah, pretty much a bit more than halfway, getting back up, and yeah, still quite some time to go. Still over.
Yeah, heading up toward Bluff Street there, Daniela, as they make their way out. But Lionel Sanders losing about 25 seconds to Sam Long over the first lap there. But the Turbo Diesel looks like he's in control of his pace right now, in control of the race, and in control of what's to come in the closing kilometres of the run course right here in St. George.
Beyond the finish lines, our commitment goes the extra mile. We are the Ironman Foundation. We've given back more than $55 million to support our mission of leaving a positive impact throughout race communities. Without our amazing athletes, volunteers, and givers, we wouldn't be where we are today. Together, let's continue this journey of impact. Join the Ironman Foundation and be a part of something extraordinary.
What is the feed? Well, the feed fuels the world's best athletes.
Hydration, gels, chews, recovery, supplements. You got everything you need.
We make your next workout even better. Whether you're training for the World Championships or hitting your next PR, we are here to fuel your success.
Fuel your workout with feed.
Shop today and get a personalized bottle at thefeed.com.
Meet Kicker Run from Wahoo, a revolutionary indoor running experience where you just run and your feet set the pace. We call it Run Free Mode, a game-changing technology that allows you to change speeds naturally, just like you do outdoors. You can even let popular training apps control the speed and grade for you. Kicker Run by Wahoo. It's time to run free.
Intermountain Health Ironman 70.3 St. George North American Championship is brought to you by Qatar Airways, going places together, and by AG1. Better finishes start with AG1. Sam Long continues along the road here in second place, trying to catch up to our leader, Lionel Sanders, but having only taken out 27 seconds in the first lap, sees the tall American having to carve out a very, very fast second lap. He's going to have to run very, very quickly, Danny, to get the job done today, but the second lap can produce anything. It is hilly, it is hard, and it is quad cracking on the way back down. If Lionel gets to the top of the hill after the Red Hills Parkway there, he may have this in the bag, but Sam Long, as tough as they come, is not going to give up without a fight. Sam Long right now is in second place of the race, and Danny, I think that he's got a lot of work cut out in the second lap here if he's going to catch up to Lionel Sanders. Sam Long is running along the Red Hills Parkway right now, uphill past the Dixie Red Hills Golf Course here. And he is like running like he needs to catch up to Lionel Sanders so desperately that his stride length has increased. He looks like his breathing is in control. And the second lap for Sam Long is going to be one of the most important of his 70.3 career here. And looks like Sam Long has got it all to do in the second lap of the run. Lionel Sanders running nicely. And Danny, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think Lionel is running really, really well. So is Sam. So yeah, Sam has a very hard job. He's definitely giving all he has. I believe, knowing from running together, doing some training together, it will be very hard mentally for Sam, because he does know that also Lionel can run fast. And unless Lionel has some cramps, which I don't hope for him, I think it's going to be really, really hard. I mean, Sam caught up almost 30 seconds in the first lap, and now he still is over 2 minutes back. That would mean he would have to really significantly increase his pace, and he's already running very fast, so it will be a hard task to do.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you there, Daniela. When you're training with each other like that and knowing that the person next to you is really, really tough, and it's going to be a mental challenge for self. Just to get over that, with, running alongside of somebody in training when they are as strong as they are, it's going to take your challenge, your mental challenge to the next level. So I would expect that it's going to be a tough task for Sam Long to bring in 2 minutes over the second part, but he's going to have to dig deep and just hope, there's something does go wrong for Lionel Sanders, but I can't see that happening today.
Well, we will never know. Like, it's only finished in the end, and I think that's what also will know Lionel. I think he really wants that win badly, and he will focus until the very end on pushing this pace. And I think from running together or training together, I think they both also could profit. They definitely pushed each other over the years. And even they're pushing each other today, and for one of them, it will be not the win. They're still improving, and I think that's also what it's about. You want to improve your performance every year, and both of them have done extremely. And I think if we look at the time, it's just crazy. We're going like far under 2 hours already on the bike, and now seeing absolutely phenomenal run splits here on a really, really hard course.
Sure is a tough course out there, Daniela. one of the toughest that we have on tour all year long. But now it is time to catch up with our Tri-Dot spotlight on Sandy Larson today. So let's check back in with Sandy to see our predicted swim time compared to her actual swim time. So her predicted swim time was 44:45 and her actual time 44:45. That was just pretty spot on, so well done to you, Sandy. And Sandy's on the Zoot bike course at the moment, so at the end of a race day, Ironman and Tri-Dot will post a finish time along with the split times on social media. So well done to you, Sandy. And by the look of it, Paula Finlay now is just grooving it. She's got a nice little run pace happening at this point in time. Having a, chasing Vittoria Lopez there for a little bit, but Vittoria, unfortunately, having to stop the race today with an injury. So unfortunately for Vittoria, but she'll be back, and Paula Finlay now leads.
She is leading very strongly. She's also moving very fast. She looks good, really smooth running, and I think also her approach to how she said in the interviews that she had to decrease her running mileage a bit in order to run to bike more. So I think that played out well for her. She had a really great performance on the bike and now still looks really strong on the run. And she's at the moment having a lead over 3.5 minutes, which is quite a good lead. But the race is not over and you have to keep pushing until the end, and you can't really stop the push, because otherwise the others are going to catch up. And I think also Danielle Lewis, maybe we should look into her performance a bit. She moved up to second, and I think really great race for her. She had the DNF in Texas, maybe a good thing that she could refocus for this race. She started the season well with a 3rd place at Oceanside, and now currently in 2nd place. So great race for her.
Almost at the top point of the run course here. We can see that Paula Finlay right now running along nicely. Danielle Lewis is now up into 2nd place. Jocelyn McCauley in 3rd place. Pacheris in 4th place. And Jackie Herring is rounding out the top 5. This race course is a doozy. The hard part yet to come.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
with just over 5 kilometres to run in this race here, the Intermountain Health Ironman 70.3 St. George North American Championship is coming to a very exciting close for our men's race right now. The men's pros is being led by Lionel Sanders. Zippers down, the heat is getting very, very warm here in St. George, Utah. We are in the southern western part of the state right now, where it's absolutely gorgeous, but the mortal hydration zone is really heating up. Lionel Sanders trying to take on as much nutrition as he can. He's at the highest part of the run course at the moment before he comes downhill and then accelerating back down to the finish line. Daniela Reef, great running by Lionel Sanders and Sam Long again today, showing that they are two of the best in 70.3 distance racing.
Yes, absolutely. I think Lionel now had the highest point of the run. That's always mentally a very important point, because from there, you know, it's only downhill to the finish. And I think I think for him, if he can win today, it will be a very emotional win. He's had some tough years and he worked really hard. And I think he's really putting everything in there. And I think also he with the win already in Oceanside. He will be a big contender for the Pro Series. So does Sam Long. So I think at the moment it's really about trying to get as many points as you can. And I think for Sam, he's just on that last uphill, so he's really putting everything in there. You can tell that he's suffering a bit. The heat is increasing, and I think they've been battling for a long time. So 2:44 back, which or 2:14. I think 2:14 back is going to be really hard to catch up.
Yeah, it's going to be a difficult time to catch up on Lionel Sanders. He was 3:45 leaving off the bike. He's at 2:44 down now. It's almost going to fall into Lionel Sanders' lap from here on out, but anything's possible in the last part. Toughest part of the run there, you can see that little incline for Sam Long. Colin Such from the USA is having a great race and a breakthrough race for him. So too Kevin McDowell at 6:05. Ben Hamilton from New Zealand having a good couple of years here in 70.3 racing, sitting at 7:25 down in the top 5. And Jake Burt Whistle and Jackson Laundrie are now down just at 9 minutes on our leader, and that would be Lionel Sanders. So now we can see that Lionel Sanders, he is on the golf course and running toward that finish line. Going through the mortal hydration zone is Sam Long in second place at the moment, trying to get in everything, every last part of nutrition before he goes for the final push and the downhill run. The acceleration coming right now as they make their way downhill. Lionel Sanders going across the Dixie Red Hills golf course. He knows that he's just a few short kilometres away from the race finish, and one of the most popular races out there. The Canadian will be met with thousands of adoring fans for the Canadian at the finish line.
Yeah, I mean, it's going downhill, but it's still hard work. It's 4K to go for Lionel here, and even though he probably has a good feeling that he can make it, he still has to suffer for about a good 12-13 minutes, which can be quite long if you dig that deep. And I think both Lionel and Sam can be really proud today. The performance what they showed is amazing, and I think Lionel. This is going to be, out of the big battle, is going to be the revenge, and I think he'll be really stoked with this performance. I think he showed from the swim a great swim, an amazing bike, and also now shows on the run that he's the one to beat this season.
Yeah, it was so impressive, the start of his bike today when he caught up and just passed everybody like they were standing still. So Lionel Sanders in great form at the early part of the year. Oceanside, gold medal. Today, gold medal. He's going to be sitting pretty in the Ironman Pro Series for sure. Paula Finlay also making her way on to the Dixie Red Hills golf course for the very first time as she comes down to loop it out and head out onto the second lap of the run today. So Lionel Sanders, he's just inside of 4 kilometres of the finish line right now. Paula Finlay just a little bit further out, but the mortal hydration zone for these two athletes is going to be where it's at, with the heat getting a little bit up there now, Danny. But the the humidity stays low in this part of the country in the USA, so it's not the humidity that they have to fight, it's the elements of the course, the hills, and also the concentration.
Absolutely, and I think also what's not to underestimate is these corners, which I saw on the golf course. You know, when you have tired legs and these with the new carbon plate shoes, the stack is quite high, so that means they're a bit more wobbly in the corners. So you really have to be careful on not flipping over or hurt yourself, and that can be a bit a challenge. And I think, yeah, they're all hurting now at this point. They've been putting so much effort in it, and the heat is definitely, I mean, I would say, as long as you cool yourself, and that's really important, if you keep putting the water on your suit, that can cool you a lot, and then also help to not overheat. And then, yeah, we see Paula, really great performance. She had already the win in Oceanside, and it looks very much like she's going to have possibly another win. She's leading 3:37 on Danielle Lewis, which is going to look like it's a great day for Paula. I think she will be delighted with her performance.
So very consistent are the Canadians here, both Lionel Sanders and Paula Findlay. But Paula right now, you can just see that she's found a groove as well. Lionel Sanders is still in the groove, but Sam Long taking a little bit of time out of Lionel Sanders over the last 2 kilometres. So it went from 2:44 down to 2:25 just a moment ago. And it may come down to about 2 minutes at next time check. So if you're looking along the athlete tracker right now, as I am, you will see that those stats, live timing coming through just nicely. But there's Lionel Sanders inside of the last couple of kilometres now before the finish line, just checking that heart rate, checking that, making sure that his body is in tune with the heart rate, making sure that his body's in tune with the nutrition, and making sure that he's got enough pace in those legs to get the job done today and secure first place on the podium. But you can just see now, Daniela, he looks great. Paula Findlay also running downhill with a beautiful stride there. Nothing urgent about that stride whatsoever. Mechanics are perfect. The arm carriage very, very nicely for Paula Findlay.
Yeah, I think Lionel's still taking the nutrition, which shows that he's concentrating one step at a time, and that will carry him to the finish. And absolutely amazing day for him today.
Paula Findlay is leading Danielle Lewis, and Lisa Becerra in third place. Jocelyn McCauley has fallen back 6:50 from the lead now in fourth place, and Jackie Herring sitting at 7:27. So we may see a bit of a charge from Jackie Herring coming up behind Jocelyn McCauley here pretty soon, but it looks like Paula Findlay is really having a nice day of it. Danielle Lewis, don't forget about her. She is one of the fastest runners out there, so it's not done just yet for Paula Findlay. She's going to have to work it, and she's going to have to be very, very consistent with her pace on the second lap today. But just about to loop through is the Canadian Paula Findlay in the lead of the race. So Danielle Lewis, Danny, she might be catching up a little bit here.
Yeah, Danielle Lewis is showing really strong run. I think he's running a little bit faster at times than Paula, but actually quite similar. So yeah, for Paula, it's just all about not slowing down at the moment, keep focused. But yeah, Danielle Lewis, she will be happy with her performance so far, and she seems like she's not slowing down. Same also for Lisa Becerra. Really great race for her. I think if she can finish on the podium, she will be delighted. That would be an amazing result for her. And yeah, I think Jocelyn McCauley still in the mix. I mean, they're all quite tight together. So I think like Lisa McCauley, but also Jackie Herring can still happen between 3, 4, and 5. We can still see some changes. So the podium is not fixed yet.
No, far away from being fixed here, so we can see that now out on the Hoka Run course, we're getting very, very close to that finish line. Paula Findlay and Lionel Sanders continues to lead.
What is the feed? Well, the feed fuels the world's best athletes.
Hydration, gels, chews, recovery, supplements. You got everything you need.
We make your next workout even better. Whether you're training for the World Championships or hitting your next PR, we are here to fuel your success.
Fuel your workout with feed.
Shop today and get a personalized bottle at thefeed.com.
There's no limit to how far a dream can take you. Star in your own adventure now. Qatar Airways.
Sam Long taking another 12 seconds out of our leader Lionel Sanders, but it might be too little too late right here for the American, as Lionel Sanders, the leader of the Intermountain Health Ironman 70.3 St. George North American Championship, has done what he needed to do, and that was having a great swim. He biked to the front and smashed Sam Long's bike record at a 1:58.13, taking over 90 seconds out of the current bike course record, and Sam Long himself took 4 seconds out of his own record. But onto the run course today, Lionel Sanders remained tough and resilient through the first 1 3/4 laps, and now, just with a little bit to go, he is going to win this race. Sam Long in second place, stretching it out right now on Diagonal Street as they make their way to the finish line, and there it is. Lionel Sanders, Sam Long and Colin Such in the top three. There's the Mortal Hydration optimised results on the run through 11.4 miles. Sam Long at 3 hours and 36 minutes and 31 seconds into it, running along at an average of 3:25 per kilometre pace. And Daniela Reeve, you know that is a great average time on a hard course like this.
Yeah, absolutely amazing. I mean, how Sam evolved over the years is great to see, and he should be really proud of this performance. I think he improved from last year, and also he showed a great race. There was just one guy faster, and that's Lionel Sanders today. What he shows today is just mind-blowing. I think it's a pleasure to watch him. He's just never tired of improving himself. He wants to really be a better person, but also be a better athlete, and he found somehow, with maybe a little bit more recovery, he found a way to get even a better athlete out of himself, and he must be absolutely super pleased with this performance. Sam Long already suited up his suit. Lionel didn't think about this yet, so that shows how deep he digs, and just still taking some drinks in, just a K to go for him, and he's definitely going to enjoy any moment soon. He will be able to enjoy this victory.
Well, the fan base of Lionel Sanders know him as No Limits Lionel Sanders. Today, as he makes his way off Main Street onto Tabernacle, he's got one U-turn to make. After that U-turn, he will make his way back to Main Street, make a left-hand turn into the finish line. He goes. Slammin' Sammy Long, on the other hand, he has had a great race today also, but is going to fall a little bit short today. So No Limits has the U-turn to go, left turn onto Main Street, and calling himself a 5-time champion of the St. George race here at this distance of racing. So the Canadian's gone ahead and done it again with No Limits. Good swim, incredible bike ride, incredible run, probably for the fastest or the second fastest of the day here. But Sanders is just about set to take the victory in 25.
And look how deep he digs. It's just amazing. Like, he doesn't give up at all. He just wants to take everything out of himself, even though it seems like it's sure that he's going to win. He just fights until the very last meter and really, really wants that win. Couldn't be happy for him. He's going to realize now in the turn that there's no one coming. Sometimes you're scared that there might be suddenly someone showing up, but he probably realizes now, as he suits up the zipper, that he is going to win this race. And really, really amazing for Lionel Sanders to show No Limits and again surprise us all with an amazing performance.
Through the penultimate turnaround there, and now just one last turn he'll make onto Main Street to come on down, and it's going to be a loud crowd, one that will scream so loud. He has one of the biggest fan bases in all of triathlon. Doesn't matter what distance or what event you're at, Lionel Sanders will always have his fans there. So one last turn, it'll be a left-hander. He'll have the finishing straight to deal with, and then he'll be able to call himself another champion of this great race, the Intermountain Health Ironman 70.3 St. George, and take the North American Championship for one more time. So a great race this year and a great way to start out 2025. He was the Athletic Brewing Ironman 70.3 champion just a month ago, and today backing it up. Great form. The Canadian is getting it done. Once again, Lionel Sanders will take the Intermountain Health Ironman 70.3 St. George and the North American champion.
What a race. And look at this time and look at his relief. We must feel a lot of relief and just, showing it on the day again. And well done, Lionel. Really impressive. But also, let's not forget, Sam Long, really, really great performance today. For him, not long now. And we're just seeing the time, the 1:11:49 for Lionel Sanders on this really, really difficult hilly course. So really impressive. That will be his fastest time on the run, or one of the fastest times. He ran 1:11:04 and 2:21, and showing, meeting his wife and his son. Erin and Levi, must be a great moment to celebrate that together.
The Wahoo Element rival winning time, 1:11:49 for male pro champion Lionel Sanders down there, met by Erin, his lovely wife, and son there at this point in time. What a great effort, what a great race and result for the Canadian one more time here at the Ironman 70.3 St. George. And look at this, Sam Long, he's giving it everything as he makes his way back into town. He's got a couple of turns to go himself, and then he'll be into that finish line, past the U-turn. He's got the left turn onto the finish chute, and that's going to be good enough for second place today. So the top two spots on the podium going to be set today. Lionel Sanders takes the gold. Every second matters for Sam Long here today because he's going to get after maximum points. Lionel Sanders will be taking maximum today, and Sam Long just losing a couple of valuable seconds. Not too many to speak of here, but it's going to become the American in second place. He's already won the race a few times. He is the defending champion, but not today. 3:45 out of transition one, down on Lionel Sanders. Couple of minutes off the bike behind, and couple of minutes at the finish line. But it's Sam Long from the USA that takes second place.
Absolutely amazing race by Sam Long, and now the friends and rivals greeting themselves. Yeah, it's great to see. It's one thing in triathlon that, you know, there's your rivals in the race, but you're also friends next to the race. And I think that makes the sport so great. And these two are both great examples for the sport and really pushing the limits.
It's amazing that they can train together, be friends, and just at this level that is so hard, and it's so humbling for these two incredible athletes. Lionel Sanders and Sam Long may not be the fastest swimmers in the world, but they are by far the best biker-runner combination athletes in the sport at this period of time. And today, as Lionel Sanders celebrates one more time as being the Intermountain Health Ironman 70.3 St. George North American champion, he's done it again from Canada. No limits, gets the job done again. Danny, what a great result.
Amazing. If I watch it right, he crossed the finish line with 3:38.0. And if I'm not wrong, that would be a course record. Can you confirm that, Greg?
Yeah, I will confirm that in just a little bit, but I can confirm that he ran a 1:11.30, so he was 19 seconds in front of Lionel's run time today. So just watching Jackie Herring now just on the run course here as well.
Yeah, great race from Jackie. I think she did move up in place 3. So great run for her. She really made some positions good. I think she was in 5th place just maybe 5Ks ago. And she really shows a great run here. She knows that course. She knows how to pace herself in these hills. And I think, it looks like she might be ending on the podium. Great race for her. We have Paula still in the lead. Yeah, we have Paula still in the lead, and then Danielle Lewis in second. So they're now a bit more than halfway. So still quite a bit to go for the women. Still a lot can happen. We see that also Paula is now 3 minutes 10 ahead of Danielle Lewis. So Paula lost a little bit of time, but that's not to worry too much, because I think in that moment, she also most likely will pace herself. She knows she has a 3-minute lead, so you don't want to take too much risk. And I would assume that she's now really just trying to do what's necessary, but also still make sure that she can finish strong.
Well, trying to get the job now in 3rd place, Colin Such from the USA and Kevin McDowell. What a great race we've got from these two athletes coming down to the wire. But Colin Such probably having his best race of his 70.3 career at the moment, right behind Lionel Sanders and Sam Long. But Kevin McDowell giving it everything at the moment as well. Kevin coming off the WTCS, the World Triathlon Championship Racing Circuit on the short course. Now giving it to Colin Such. So the pressure is on as they're coming down Main Street. One turn onto Tabernacle, a U-turn on Tabernacle, back onto Main Street for the final 75-metre push. But will he have enough to get the job done? This is going to be very exciting.
They're 15 seconds apart, so I think he got it here, but really had to dig deep. Great race for Colin Such. He must be delighted. I mean, 3rd place, what a race for him. On the American Championship, so you must be really, the North American Championship, he must be absolutely stoked.
Well, Colin Such gets the job done with a 3:44.04, so it was Lionel Sanders 3:37.55, Sam Long 3:40.08, and just across the line, Colin Such and Kevin McDowell coming in a fast finish right now as well. So great job by all of our athletes here today at 3:44.24, so 20 seconds off the podium for McDowell here today. Great way to finish this North American Championship in southwestern Utah on a spectacular day. And Paula Finlay still out there in our women's race leading along the way. So Kevin McDowell just across the line also having a great run.
Yeah, and look at Colin. He really gave it all. He's, definitely, just left everything out there on the course, and that's what it shows. Like they dig so deep and really go for everything. And he must be absolutely amazed with his performance, but you can see that he gave everything he had. It's great to see.
Paula Finlay now heading out onto her second of 2 laps on the run course here today, heading up Diagonal Street, going through the mortal hydration zone at this point. It is warming up now, Daniela, and you can tell that because you can see that the sun is beating down. She's got the water going over the head here just about every second or third cup or so, trying to keep that core temperature down. So core temperature and, temperature regulation and management is very, very important on a hot day.
Absolutely. I think you need to drink enough. That's one thing that's not always that easy, especially on courses like this, which are so fast, where it's hard to get the drink bottles as well, catching them to refill your bottles on the bike. And now also on the run, I think there's a lot of fast sections, so grabbing these little cups is not always easy, and Paula seems to do great in what she does.
So after managing the heat and just getting back into the groove, Paula Finlay from Canada is leading our women's pro race. We've already got a Canadian winner on the men's side with Lionel Sanders just hitting the line a moment ago. And now Paula Finlay is getting the job done. She was a gold medalist at the Athletic Brewing Ironman 70.3 Oceanside just 5 weeks ago. And getting after the win here again, just showing that the Canadians are in great form. Lionel Sanders, 2 victories in 25. Paula Finlay with a second victory would secure her as one of the best races and right up there in the Ironman Pro Series point score race today. Don't forget they are going for $1.7 million total dollars in the series this year. 19 events, 18 different venues, and we'll be going down to Nice at the Ironman World Championship in mid-September for our men. Over to October, there is going to be our women's race for Ironman World Championship this year, and then finishing it off with the Ironman 70.3 at Marbella, Spain, coming up later this year.
Yeah, we're still early in the season, but still we're starting to see who's in shape already, and I think Paula is definitely one of them. She won Oceanside and got herself 2,500 points, and it looks like she has a good chance to get another 2,500 points here for the Ironman Pro Series, and therefore she puts herself in a great position for the overall standing. She definitely will get into the top 10 after this race, as she hasn't raced a long distance race, but she's a good contender for the Ironman Pro Series.
Paula Finlay just coming off Bluff Street right now, just about to get up to the hill. It's going to be the steepest climb on the run course here. Danny, you've run this race many, many times now. This is all about just putting one foot in front of the other, trying to get a good pace happening.
Absolutely, and it's these little pavements, going up on these pavements, where you have to lift your feet just a tiny bit more. And trust me, this effort, you can feel that because your legs are tired and you're already pushed so hard, and then you have to go left and right and on a pavement just to jump on it, and it hurts a lot. It's uphill, and also the heat by now is burning down from the sun, from the lunch sun. So definitely tough conditions. But I think, for Paula right now leading the race, she must be in a great state. She knows that if she keeps up that pace, that she most likely can take home that win, and that will definitely also give her wings.
Well, Paula Finlay's got her eyes on the finish line, but down at the finish line in the Hyper Ice Recovery Zone, we're now standing by for the interviews with our top 3. So we'll go down there right now to the Hyper Ice Recovery Zone.
We are down here in the Hyper Ice Recovery Zone at this Intermountain Health Ironman 70.3 St. George. And with the new North American champion here in St. George, Lionel Sanders, a second win for you on the 70.3. Lionel, you battled on that bike, pushing a lot of watts into that run. So tell me how it all shook out.
I swam well. For me, I swam well. I could see Jackson Laundrie's cap the whole swim, which means I was swimming really good, well above my capacity, which you can only ask for that. And then on the bike, I was close to the front, and when I'm close to the front, I mean, I'm very motivated to get there. And I rode really hard, probably too hard, and paid for it, and I felt absolutely horrible on the run every single step. I was just fortunate enough that everyone else rode hard and felt horrible too.
How did you dig through that? Seeing Sam coming through that roundabout on that second pass, what was the strategy? Just hold on?
I had to flick my watch to tell me what the Ks were because I knew that if I let him taste blood, I would be done. And so then I knew what the Ks, I remembered the Ks that I ran on the first lap, and I said, just give me very close to those Ks again, and very likely he'll begin to fade. And then when he senses that he's not making up any more time, then he will crumble.
So what does it feel like for this final last dance of St. George to leave a champion?
I mean, it feels fantastic. I love this place. I'm a little bit sad, if I'm being honest with you, to come. I love coming to this race. It's a staple on my calendar. I love coming here. And I'll definitely be coming back to St. George, if it's not for the 70.3, certainly to visit. So it's been fantastic, and I hope it comes back again one day.
Well, we all can hope. It's been absolutely amazing. Lionel Sanders, your North American champion here at this Intermountain Health Ironman 70.3 St. George. Thank you so much, Lionel. And we're going to bring in our second place on the podium, Sam Long. Come on over here, Sam. Sam had to battle it out there, making up a lot of time out of the swim onto the bike and then chasing Lionel for that entire run. Sam, tell me about the bike out there. What was the strategy to work your way up?
Yeah, I don't know if there was too much of a strategy. Obviously, I came out of the water and not quite what I was hoping for or expecting, and realized all the key players were ahead of me. And so I knew I had to go quite hard those first 20 minutes to kind of get in the group, and I was able to get in with everyone else except for Lionel had also basically attacked. He actually used the same strategy I used on him 2 years ago, because I had a slight gap on him out of the water, and I just used that to create separation. So he used that this year, and then I was kind of mixed in the group, and I could tell we weren't quite setting the pace we needed to. But it was just, at that point, the group was big, and I was wanting to make sure I didn't get a penalty, and kind of, just hoping other people. There were strong riders there, but if I wasn't the one setting the pace, frankly, we just weren't going fast enough. And then I realized, when we hit kind of Red Hills Parkway, I got to go because the gap's getting too big if I'm going to have any chance. And then I just had to go for it, yeah.
Well, you went for it, and that got you a second place finish at this final edition of this Intermountain Health Ironman 70.3 St. George. Second place for Sam Long. Thank you so much, Sam. We're going to bring in our final podium finisher, making an amazing run out there, Colin Such from the United States. It is a privilege to be here with you. What a race that you pulled off today. Tell me what it feels like to be sitting in this chair on the podium with Sam Long and Lionel Sanders.
This is an unbelievable moment for me. I really wasn't sure when I got off the bike in third. I was like, I worked really hard on the bike to get there. I wasn't sure how the legs were, and it was the most suffering I ever went through on that run. I knew fourth place was coming. I could hear the splits coming down. Like the final mile, I heard like 17 seconds, and I was really like, I could end up in the hospital right now, or I'll end up third. Either way, I don't want to end up fourth. And knowing that Lionel and Sam were on the podium, and I mean, they're the reason I got into the sport in the first place. It's just a really, really special moment. It's almost more special than like winning my first race, because the level of competition here was just incredible. And I knew I would have a good race because I had number 12. I was born on the 12th. My sister was born on the 12th. It's like our family lucky number. So I knew I was on for a good one. I just didn't know where it would end up.
Well, Colin Such, that was an incredible race out there. Congratulations to you. St. George loves you, and you're going home third place here at this North American Championship. From the Hyper Ice Recovery Zone, we're going to be back with more women's coverage and interviews at this Intermountain Health Ironman 70.3 St. George.
All right, thank you very much for those incredible interviews, and great to see Colin Such, a new face in Ironman 70.3, and also calling out Lionel Sanders as Sam Long, as two of his heroes, and getting him, motivated to join the sport at this level as well. So well done. Great interviews there. Paula Finlay continues to lead the race here. Danielle Lewis is 4:01 down. Jackie Herring has fallen down to now 6:27 behind. On the run course here, Danny, as they approach the hardest point of the course, Paula Finlay is looking like she's having another great day out there. So, Daniela, we're going to go over to the race here right now with Paula Finlay just getting the job done. She's 4:01 up on Danielle Lewis, 6:37 up on Jackie Herring at the moment. How do you see this race, coming down to the finish line?
Yeah, I think Paula will be most likely going to take that win. It's all downhill from here, and she showed a great race today. Overall, strong swim, great bike, and also she looks really strong on the run. So I think she can be really happy with this performance. She showed already a lot of consistency this year, and we can only be delighted to see what else she can show us in the next races.
Paula Finlay getting it done here, going up past the Dixie Red Hills Golf Course. She'll be getting up to the highest point of the course in just a few moments' time, and then she'll be heading in the downward direction back down toward that finish line as Jackie Herring heads the other way there. So a little pass between Paula Finlay. Paula's going to make a left-hand turn. Through the tunnel she goes up to the highest point, and then it's going to be all downhill for the Canadian here today. What a great swim she had. Awesome on the bike, as you would imagine, from Paula Finlay here today, which is setting her up for another great possible win here. This is the Dixie Red Hills Golf Course on the other side of the tunnel. So when she approaches that, it's all downhill, but still a little bit of work to do, just under 5 kilometers to run.
Yeah, you need to focus on these corners. They do hurt a lot at this stage of the race because you have tired legs, you might have some little blisters, and just really stay focused is kind of the key, and also keep pushing. She has a good lead of 4 minutes, which definitely gives her confidence for to bring this win home. And I think Danielle Lewis also will be very delighted with her race, being in second. And it looks like Jackie Herring is holding on for that podium in third place. She will be very happy with that. I think also Jackie and Paula have been training together and they're good friends. So I think just overall, it's nice to see how much respect these athletes have for each other, and also what just Colin Such said about Lionel and Sam, how he looked up to them and now feels so special to be on the podium with these two. And it's great to see great camaraderie in the sport.
The men are across the line. Paula Finlay is continuing her way to the finish line here in Utah.
Can't stop.
Intermountain Health Ironman 70.3 St. George North American Championship is brought to you by Hoka, Fly Human Fly, and by Mortal Hydration, Thirst Quenchiest Hydration. Well, that's exactly what they're going to need right now here with Paula Finlay closing in on the finish line at the moment. It's all about hydration. It's all about nutrition. All about making good decisions in the final push toward that finish line, because Paula Finlay is the defending champion. She knows how to get the job done here, but in 2025, so far, she's going for that second victory in a row. The Athletic Brewing Ironman 70.3 Oceanside champion has it all at her feet right now. Fast feet down the hill here into the Dixie Red Hills Golf Course. It's going to be required to get those feet over that grass as fast as possible to hold off the competition. Danielle Lewis is now 4:21, so losing 20 seconds over the last couple of kilometres. And Jackie Herring has also lost a bit of time at 6:52. Simone Mitchell from the UK has now moved up at 8:36 down, and Lisa Baqueras from the United States is at 11:19. So that's the top five for you right now. But Paula Finlay getting the job done, Danny.
Absolutely. She shows great form. She looks really, really good in the run. She looks, of course, that she's had some effort, but I mean, still her form looks great. I think it seems like she found her new, kind of refreshing way of training. It seems like she's in a good place mentally, and that really shows that now. That also reflects on great performances, and also her decision on maybe training a little bit less on the run, but focusing on the bike made her really like even a better biker. And now you can also see that she can really hold it together well on the run, and she looks fantastic. She looks smooth and really like she's going to take this home.
Yeah, she threw down a 1:20.11 at the run course in Oceanside, biked a 2:24. So her numbers are, very much the same. Last year at the Ironman 70.3 World Championship, she was 6th place, and also, finishing in 1st place at the Ironman 70.3 Mont Tremblant, and the win here last year was a good one. But 3rd place in Oceanside last year, so things are very, very good for Paula Finlay over the last couple of years. And then also looking at, Danny Lewis has had another couple of great years as well. She's been very, very strong at the 70.3 level here. We can tell you that, last year was it was not such a, the year that she really wanted, but the 3rd place this year at the Ironman 70.3 Oceanside and a DNF at the Ironman Texas just recently. So a little bit of work cut out for Danielle Lewis, but today she's in 2nd place, and we know that she's a great runner. She won Ironman Lake Placid last year, so a great, great win for her there. So in 2025, a 3rd place at Oceanside and then a 2nd place today. She's going to be right up there in the Ironman Pro Series point score after this race. So it's going to be a good year by the look of it for Danielle Lewis.
Absolutely. And I think sometimes, Adina, for that she didn't finish Texas might help her now that she can have this race here. Being in 2nd place in such a competitive field is really, really amazing. It's going to give her a lot of points. And if we look back on, she raced here 3 times. She had a 3rd place in St. George at 2:23, 6th place in 2:24, and an 11th place. So this will be her best placing in St. George, and I'm sure she's delighted by that. So she's just getting up that one of the last steep climbs. That's the moments where you just have to dig really deep. It's soon over, but one more time, give that last push. And it looks like she's now almost at the top of the end of the run course, and then soon heading back to the town of St. George.
Yeah, that's right. And Paula Finlay making her way down through the Dixie Red Hills Golf Course at the moment over the grass. And, we've mentioned before that, running over grass is not the fastest surface to run over, especially with the way that the running shoes have been built these days with a larger and higher stack. But the carbon plate, once they're onto a harder surface, does give them a little bit of, bit of a push, bit of a propelling situation, like when you're pushing off the front part of the forefoot. Jackie Herring now on screen, having a good day, sitting in third place at the moment here. So Jackie, you know, coming off a great win last year at Ironman Hamburg and doing a, you know, a really solid job of being really consistent, you know, over the years there. And it was June last year where she took the win in Ironman Hamburg. She was second place in Ironman Lake Placid. You know, so a big year. And then second place at Ironman 70.3 Oceanside just recently. So Jackie's found some really good form as well. And now she is, you know, just at 6:02 down. So she's only 2.5 minutes down with about 4 kilometres to run. So anything can happen. But Jackie is fast closing, and it looks like she's got a nice pace happening right now.
She absolutely does. She looks like she's the fastest out there. She will try to catch up. You know, it's always good to have a goal if you're suffering. And I think her goal will be, can I make another spot into the right direction? I think even a third place is a great result for her. She placed third last year as well here in St. George, and it's actually her 7th time racing here. So she also knows this course very well. She's experienced and seems like she's also loving it. Now also that last really brutal hill where she's just at, digging one more time really, really deep and leaning forward to trying to get over that hill. And now she knows, okay, from now it's pretty much downhill, which doesn't mean it's easier, but you can kind of let it go. And it's about just letting it go and flow.
Yeah, she's had very average times of 122 to 121s have been the average times for Jackie Herring as she makes her way through the Ironman St. George half marathon course here. So 122 a couple of years back, then a 121. So you know that she's going to finishing off with a very, very strong leg here on the run. She's still got her wits about her. She's still smart. She's got the ice going down the chest. She's got the water going over the head, keeping her hydration in there, the mortal hydration. And this is where the downhill section starts. Daniela, this is where it gets very steep before they get to the golf course.
Yeah, it gets steep, it gets windy, and that's where you have to really pay attention, because in these corners you can just make a wrong movement and then your foot or your ankle is twisted. But yeah, she looks really strong. She's definitely going for it, and she's not showing any signs of slowing down. She just is very focused, and I think how she ran on this course, 121 is a very good time on this course, and it looks like she might be even faster than that this year.
Yeah, Jackie Herring, as we were mentioning, she's a fast closer on the run. That's one of her favourite legs. You can see that Danielle Lewis right now is keeping up that turnover and that pace with her foot speed there. So very nice coming down off the golf course there. But Paula Finlay just at about 3 kilometres out. So just over 10 minutes to run for the women's leader right now, the Canadian. So Canada's already got the win today from Lionel Sanders on the men's pro race. And Canada pick up that second win. That would be back-to-back in Oceanside and back-to-back in St. George by these two. So when they will, rocket their way up the Ironman Pro standings, and they'll be sitting pretty going into the second part of the year once we get past July there. So Paula Finlay and Lionel Sanders in great shape right now, but it's a long year ahead.
Yeah, I mean, it's May. You want to be ready by now, and you want to be able to still have a bit of buffer to build your form. This year, the 7.3 World Championship in Marbella will be in November, which is especially late. So that means the season is longer than normal. Normally, you would have the World Championship, the 7.3 World Championship in September. So that's almost 2 months later. And that is also a factor which you have to plan. And these athletes, they're building up through winter. They're really putting in the work, and it's for Paula, it's a second kind of where she can measure herself against the others, and now she builds that confidence. And I'm sure she also has in plan or in her mind that she can then, with the races and with the season, still improve her fitness. But as we can see today, she's already in great form, and it's great to see her showing such a consistent and overall amazing performance.
Yes, very consistent over the last few years. I remember back to 2012, which was 13 years ago. She was ranked #1 in the world over the Olympic distance racing, and it's great to see that, you know, she's gone so far and deep into her career. I mean, you were racing her back in the day, Danny, you know, when you were racing on the short course there. So it's been impressive to see how consistent that she's been over this long period of time.
Yeah, I think it's she's been on racing for a long time, and I think that's also the factor having, you know, a change, and I think that really shows today or this season that having a change in coaching really helped her to find a fresh approach, and sometimes that's all you need. You need someone new that motivates you to get out there and be, you know, motivated and dig deep, and it seems like it really works well for her. And yeah, it's you always have to kind of reinvent yourself. It's over if you race for that long, there's phases where you feel like, you know, you're losing maybe a little bit of the motivation. It's absolutely normal because racing on such a high level for so long is, yeah, it takes also a lot mentally, and you have to be you need to enjoy it and also wanting to really dig deep.
Yeah, she's been racing for about 8 years at this distance, and it just keeps on getting better and better and better for Paula Findlay. Jackie Herring continuing down through the Dixie Red Hills golf course here on the footpath at the moment, running along just nicely, but not enough to catch up to Danielle Lewis by the look, and definitely not enough to get close to Paula Findlay. But it looks like that we might have a podium set for our ladies today. The Canadian Paula Findlay is just out there in the front. Danielle Lewis just around 4 minutes down in second place, and there is Jackie Herring sitting in the third place right now. So another great effort by Jackie Herring. Up and around the corner she goes, downhill direction, and then off onto the grass. She will go for the last part of the golf course. Once she's back on the road, 3.3 kilometres to run for Jackie Herring, but it is now just 2.1 kilometres for Paula Findlay as she makes her way toward the finish line. You can see that all the age group is out on course at the moment as well. We got started at 6:40 this morning with our men's pro category, 6:50 for our women's pro category, and at 7 o'clock underway with our age group race. Over 3,000 athletes were enjoying a beautiful morning out there at Sand Hollow Reservoir, and it's turned out to be a beautiful day, Daniela, and it is getting warm.
Yeah, absolutely no clouds, so that means the sun is burning on them. I mean, these athletes are used to it. They train in the heat. They've done a lot of indoor training if they're not in hot conditions, or, you know, a lot of athletes train in also Tucson or hotter areas, so they get used to the heat. The suit helps a lot to cool yourself, and just also being fit helps as well. That's always was my target. If you're fit, then you deal with the heat better. And some athletes prefer it hot and some cold, and I think today we had it all. It's fresh in the morning, but now definitely the heat is on, and so is the heat on in the race.
Danielle Lewis now making her way down back toward that finish line on Bluff Street. She'll get off onto Diagonal Street and then down onto Main Street for the very last time today as she makes her way down in second place. Love how she's got the United States flag on the left arm there. She's got a beautiful running style at the moment. Probably not enough to get it done today behind Paula Findlay, but you have to know that she's had a fantastic all-round day. And Danielle Lewis is going to be on the podium one more time here. So stretching it out in this last point, Daniela, you know, just give us a little bit of insight on the athletes. What is actually going through their mind inside of the last 1.5, 2 miles? Is it like exhaustion? I've got to manage my, you know, my heart rate. I've got to manage my nutrition, or I've just got to get myself to the finish line in any possible way I can?
Yeah, that's pretty much it. Getting yourself to the finish line in any way you can, because at this point, of course, you want to maybe get one more sip of water to not overheat and get a bit of nutrition. But it's only about 6 minutes to go for Paula. So that means she wants to stay focused, because you don't want to do any mistakes in that last section. So just one foot after each other. And like we heard also from Lionel, you suffer hard, and it's just about I think all you think is, okay, I'm just ready for the finish line. And even though, yeah, she's winning here, it's great feeling, and the people are going to cheer for you really hard. It's still painful, and especially that downhill, even though maybe your heart rate can go a little bit lower, your legs, they're screaming, because this, hard pace is really hitting into the legs, and you have to kind of just hold it together.
Yeah, it really has gone from just a survival mode to a race mode of the 70.3 distance. I remember, back in the day, 20, 30 years ago, the nutrition wasn't, at the level where it is. The pacing wasn't at the level where it is, and it's pushing yourself to the absolute maximum limit of human endurance. And you can see that, based on, how these athletes are racing these days. It doesn't matter if it was, Christian Blumenfeld and Gustav Iden a few years ago with their scientific and mechanical approach to it, as opposed to what you did in your training, Danny. You were training a lot of repetitious movement, a lot of repetitious training. And then you got the likes of, Lionel Sanders that says, I'm just going to give it everything, and I am no limits. I want to hurt. I want to suffer. If I've suffered, I've done myself justice, by training the way that I do and winning the way that he's doing. He's getting close to 40 years of age, so therefore, he should be slowing down a bit, but he takes very good care of his body. He's in tune with his nutrition, and he knows exactly what to do in recovery to allow himself enough time to get ready for the next race.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's the combination. You need to be able to train hard and really able to suffer, but also have the patience to recover. And that's often the harder part. I think most athletes are able to suffer and to dig deep and train hard. And as we have 3 disciplines in triathlon, it's very easy to overtrain. And I believe Lionel and Sam probably learned that through the years. But also Paula said she had some training where she would back up a bit. And also when you get older, you have to be very careful of how much mileage you put on your body. And if you do too much, then it's very fast, goes in the other direction. And so to find that fine line is the hardest part of being a professional triathlete, because everyone wants it hard and everyone can train hard. But to find that exact amount of hard training and the right recovery is very hard, and it needs a lot of patience and experience.
Yeah, lots of patience and experience for sure. Paula Findlay came here for the very first time in 2018 and won the race in a time of 4 hours and 11 minutes. And then last year in 2024, she won the race in 4:09, just clipping 2 minutes off that time. So you know how consistent she has been over a period of time. And 7 years later, you know that she's put herself into this position again from 2018. But right now, Daniela she's just hanging on and just trying to make sure that second place stays with her. And that silver medal will be hung around her neck here today. So out on the Tabernacle right now, you got one more little U-turn for Paula Findlay. And then you got the left turn onto Main Street, and that will be it, with 75 metres to run after that turn there on the corner at the roundabout. So Paula Findlay doing a superb job today. 3rd place out of the water, fast on the bike, and that was it for her. Built up a great lead on the rest of the competition. She was second off the bike to Victoria Lopez, but Victoria didn't get too far up the road, almost 1 mile into it. And the Brazilian athlete had to pull up with an injury. That's where Paula Findlay seized the lead and hasn't looked back ever since.
Yeah, and look at her. She's absolutely flying. She's done really amazing today, and she can be so proud of herself. I think she will be delighted with this win, because it gave her already confidence in Oceanside. You could see before the race that she was relaxed, and it's great to see that her attitude and her state she's in, that she's now also can put it into the performance she wants to after maybe last year not having her best year. And she definitely shows that she's one of the big contenders for this season for the Ironman Pro Series, but also for the Ironman 70.3 World Championship. And not long to go for her now. She can almost smell the finish line. It's just one more corner, and then she can celebrate.
Great running today for Paula Finlay. It was 2018 where she picked up the first victory, and then in 2024 was a great year again. She swam 25:58, 2:16 on the bike and a 1:23 run for a total time of 4:09. This year, it is going to be another great year for Paula Finlay from Canada, because she's going to come across the line. She will get the gold medal and become a 3-time champion of the Intermountain Health Ironman 70.3 St. George North American Championship. That's it for the Canadian. She gets it done one more time, and your champion right here in 2025, Paula Finlay, does it again.
Yeah, she's really enjoying that moment. What a race. She can really celebrate herself. After 2:18 and 2:24, now winning in 2:25. Really, really great performance.
Back in 2018, she went 4:11 for the win. And today, it was incredible. No, sorry, 4:15 for the win. She's taken it down 4 minutes there. The Wahoo Element rival says 1:24.08 run time. The female pro champion from Canada, Paula Finlay, getting it done one more time there. The Wahoo Element rival, 1:24.08 for the win.
And her husband, Eric, coming up to her. And I think he's a very important person for her. I'm also helping her with her media and training. And I think, it's these moments you share together is very special.
Yeah, they do spend a lot of time together there, Danny, and you know what it's like to have a great support team as well. You're only sometimes as good as your support team with the time that they put into you, because, these days I think it's a business. Back in the day, it was all about just racing and a little bit of prize money here and there, but now it is a complete business with social media obligations, and everybody wants a little bit of your time. And Eric Lagerström, Paula's husband, a pro athlete himself, and won some very, very big races in his day, as well as now taken that, that seat to be the support for Paula, and doing a magnificent job of that. All right, so making the turnaround there on Tabernacle, that is Danielle Lewis from the USA, about to take her second place finish here. She'll be standing up on the podium with Paula Finlay coming up in our interviews in a moment's time, and then the Athletic Brewing celebrations will be happening a little bit later in the Hyper Ice recovery zone. But Danielle Lewis from the USA getting it done in the silver medal position.
Fantastic race from her, just about 3 minutes after Paula is a great result. I think she will be super happy with this performance, also setting her up for a great season. And I think this silver medal, she will definitely celebrate hard. Great to see how she could really also show such a great run today.
Well, a third place at the Athletic Brewing Ironman 70.3 Oceanside just recently, as 5 weeks ago. It was this time last year, was a sixth place in Ironman 70.3 St. George with a run time of 1:30. It's going to be a bit better than that today here. The Wahoo Element rival will tell us that in a minute. But she is closing in on the finish line here at the Hoka Run course at the Intermountain Health Ironman 70.3 St. George North American Championship. And just so happens that the North Americans are getting it done today. Paula Finlay in first place, and it's USA's Danielle Lewis that's going to take the silver medal. Second place goes to the American.
Yeah, look at this celebration. She will be really happy with this. Lots of relief. Crossing the finish line is, exactly when you can sit down and just take a little breath. And now to celebrating it together is really great to see. I think both of them can be super proud. Great racing from Paula and Danielle.
And great camaraderie there at the end, just shaking hands and say, great race to you, Danielle. Great race to you, Paula. And they do really appreciate it. These humble athletes have, gone out there and given us another great day today. And Jackie Herring closing in on the finish line as well. Bringing it home there, Danny. She's got a really nice stride going at the just about the 13-mile mark.
Yeah, she looks phenomenal. She's really going for it, and not long now for her. The suffer and the digging is going to be finished soon. But I think Jackie will be happy with this. She's had a great season last year and now backing up with another great result, being second in Oceanside, and today third place will be, I'm sure she will be happy with this.
Yeah, the 40-year-old American having a great couple of years, just stringing those years back to back. And third place in Ironman St. George in 2024. Then it was off to Ironman Hamburg, where she won the gold medal and took that European Championship. She was second place in Ironman Lake Placid as well. The Ironman World Championships in Nice, she was placed 9th place. But it was only 5 weeks ago where she placed second, just in front of Danielle Lewis and just behind Paula Finlay. So a little bit of a switching of the podium over the last couple of weeks or so. But she got the second place at the Athletic Brewing Ironman 70.3 Oceanside. What a great race for her on that week. So the 40-year-old is bringing the form back home to St. George, and she's set to take third place on the podium.
Yeah, very impressive. I mean, she's been also racing for a long time, and now celebrating this great success is really great for her. She also, I believe, has a daughter, and it's not easy to manage everything together. And now coming in third, after so many years of racing, 7th time here in St. George, and her like last year, third place, best result she did in St. George. So
well,
really
just like the men's championship today, it was Canada, USA. It is a repeat. Canada, Paula Finlay, USA, Danielle Lewis, and USA, Jackie Herring, bringing it home. A North American championship complete. The podium set as now Jackie Herring with a 4:17.06 across the line in our women's pro racing. What a great day it was. Always coming down to a tough run today, Danny.
Yeah, great racing, really impressive, and what a day. I mean, they brought the show, and now they can celebrate all three together. It's one of the feelings, when you in the finish, you can kind of relax. You have this full of emotions, lots of joy, of course, but also that feeling of just being tired and accomplished. It's a great feeling, and happy for these three that they can celebrate this together.
So we'll be standing by for the pro interviews coming up with Paula Finlay, Danielle Lewis, and Jackie Herring, just getting the job done today. And all the action continues here in St. George as we get our athletes across the line today. But the podium set right now, Paula Finlay getting it done. Danielle Lewis from the USA in second. And what a great way to finish for Jackie Herring in third place.
There's no limit to how far a dream can take you. Star in your own adventure now. Qatar Airways.
What do you want? What's that really good non-alcoholic beer you keep hearing about?
Do you have that really great non-alcoholic beer that I keep seeing?
Do you have a non-alcoholic beer that actually
tastes good?
It's athletic. You're holding it.
You mean athletic? You're looking at it.
I think you mean athletic.
It's athletic. Ask for it.
The Intermountain Health Ironman 70.3 St. George North American Championship is brought to you by Breitling. Aspire to the ultimate finish line reward. And by Nirvana. Enhanced athlete event experiences powered by Nirvana. Well, it was an experience of a lifetime for a few athletes today, such as Colin Such in the men's. He was third place on the podium, saying that his idols, the ambassadors of the sport, Lionel Sanders and Sam Long, were inspirational enough to get him involved in the sport. Well, he found himself on the podium with two of them, and he will be rubbing shoulders with them a little bit later on. And on the women's side, Paula Finlay, just like Canada's Lionel Sanders, takes out the race. So let's go over to the podiums right now in the Hyperice recovery zone. There we have in third place Colin Such from the USA. In second place, Sam Long from the USA. And your champion today from Canada, Lionel Sanders. Cheers for the Athletic Brewing there, Danny, with another great result by the three men here, just having a nice refreshment after the race.
Absolutely. I mean, it's these moments what you train hard for. And it's these moments which you want to enjoy. So well done.
All right, time to head down to the Hyperice recovery zone, standing by with Paula Finlay, Danielle Lewis, and Jackie Herring.
Back in the Hyperice recovery zone here at this Intermountain Health Ironman 70.3 St. George finish line. She came in as the reigning champion and now the 2025 North American champion here in St. George, Paula Finlay from Canada. Paula, what a special day today. Tell me what it means to be sitting here, leaving St. George as the champion.
Oh, it feels so good. I love this place, and to have a good race here was, I don't know. I wasn't super confident coming in that I could win again, but yeah, it always feels so good too, and especially here with it being the last year.
For sure. And St. George loves to have you. You feel like a local here when you're here in racing, and we love to cheer you on. I want to know about the race and kind of the strategy out there. Of course, Victoria Lopez was leading on the bike. What was your strategy on the bike, seeing her out in front and then coming into the run?
Yeah, she was a nice carrot to have in front of me, and she was riding super well. Like I thought I'd be able to close the gap a little earlier, but it took me a long time to catch her. And we came off the bike together, and she said to me, "I'm just running 3K because I've been injured." So I've been there. I know what that's like, but it was nice to have her to ride with or to chase at least for the first 90 minutes of the race. And I don't know. I just tried to ride the hills really strong on the ups and then hold speed on the downhills and recover a bit. But it's such a hard race, and I think this is the hottest day I've ever done it in, so that added to the suffering at the end. So
well, you have an Oceanside title under your belt now, and here in St. George another title. So Paula Finlay from Canada, thank you so much for being here, and we are going to introduce you to the rest of the podium. We have our second place coming on in. Thanks, Paula.
I want to say congrats to Danielle and Jackie too. They're awesome.
That's what's special about these ladies, is they're all such great friends and great competitors. Danielle, come and have a seat. I feel like we're doing a repeat of Oceanside. You got to talk me through everything out there today, because you pulled off an incredible race to pull yourself into second place.
I might not get up from this chair. That was really hard today. Nothing about that run felt good at all. But yeah, I mean, it was a beautiful day here in St. George, and it is warm out here. But for myself, I had a really solid swim. I came out with a group, and I was happy with that. And so it set me up, to have a good day. And so this bike course, I think this is my 8th time racing here. So I know this course really well. And I was talking about this with Paula Newby-Frazier afterwards, how it's like, these hills, these climbs, how long it's going to last. So if you're passing somebody, how hard you can push to get to the top. And so I was able to do that. And then I got to the run, but yeah, nothing about that run felt good. But that you just get to the top, you get to come down. So I just was doing my best. I was trying to catch Paula, but then it turned into just don't let Jackie catch you, and just keep moving. If you keep moving, you're going to be okay. So that's it. Yeah.
An amazing start to your 2025 season in Oceanside and here. Thank you so much. Danielle Lewis, second place on the women's podium. We're going to bring in our third place champion. She's another one that we see in St. George time and time again. She loves to bring her family here. Third place today for Jackie Herring. Jackie, tell me about it out there as far as the bike and then running yourself up through quite a crowd to take this third place podium.
Yep, good as ever here in St. George. All the people were out. It was fun. I got squirted with more squirt guns than ever. I actually took a whole bucket of water to my body, which really cooled me off real nice. It was great, super fun. I battled these ladies, and that's always a treat.
You know, it seems that there's this new fire within you and within the sport of women's triathlon. This is so inspiring for the next generation. So what does that mean for you to be in that position to inspire this up and coming generation of women who are going to race?
I think it's super fun. Triathlon has changed a lot and grown over the last few years, and I am just so grateful to still be a part of it, and I hope I can inspire the next generation of gals coming up and the next generation of women, especially those that want to be moms and continue with triathlon. It is possible. You can do it. Just honestly glad to still be doing it.
Amazing, setting such a great example for us. Of course, Skylar and Hunter not far away. They're always here cheering Mom on at the finish line. That is our top podium for the women's here in Intermountain Health Ironman 70.3 St. George. We have Paula Finley from Canada, Danielle Lewis from the United States, and Jackie Herring. Thank you, ladies, so very, very much.
Thank you, Colleen, down on the ground there at the Hyper Ice Recovery Zone. Daniela, what an impressive way to finish off our men's and women's races today.
Yes, absolutely. We just see the level is just rising, and we saw some really incredible performance today. So I'm really happy to witness this, and thanks for watching.
Well, almost a mirrored image at the finish line today. You can see that a Canadian won the men's, won the women's race. Second place in both races go to the USA, and third place both to the USA as well. As we look over Dixie Hill, right down over St. George, Utah today on what has been an incredible day of the men's and women's pro racing, all starting out at 6:40 a.m. with our men's pro race today, and 6:50 a.m. for our women's pro race. Most of the pros are across the finish line right now. Again, we say congratulations to Lionel Sanders winning the men's pro race, and to Paula Finlay, the second Canadian on the top spot of the podium, winning our women's.
Here's Elizabeth in the middle of the perfect workout for her. To create it, we analyzed her biometrics and genetics, her recovery rate, injury risk, and aerobic potential, her recent training sessions, the temperature, humidity, and elevation, the demands of her next race, and billions of data points from athletes just like her. With TriDot, Elizabeth gets faster. And what does she have to do?
I just opened TriDot and did my workout.
TriDot. We do the technology, you do the training.
Beyond the finish lines, our commitment goes the extra mile. We are the Ironman Foundation. We've given back more than $55 million to support our mission of leaving a positive impact throughout race communities. Without our amazing athletes, volunteers, and givers, we wouldn't be where we are today. Together, let's continue this journey of impact. Join the Ironman Foundation and be a part of something extraordinary.
What is the feed? Well, the feed fuels the world's best athletes.
Hydration, gels, chews, recovery, supplements. You got everything you need.
We make your next workout even better. Whether you're training for the World Championships or hitting your next PR, we are here to fuel your success.
Fuel your workout with feed.
Shop today and get a personalized bottle at thefeed.com.
We're not here to sell you on this life. You already chose it. No shortcuts. No hype. Just work. Same as you. Built to outlast. Endure. 40 years in, and we're just getting warmed up. Welcome to the Ohana.
The sixth race of our Ironman Pro Series in 2025 for our Men's Pro and Women's Pro Series is in the books. As we say, congratulations to Lionel Sanders. Also in second place to Sam Long and Colin Such on our men's side of things, and to Paula Finlay just displaying another class race today in first place, being one of the most consistent 70.3 races ever. And in second place, Danielle Lewis and Jackie Herring. So here we go with our podium right now. In third place, just heading up there, Jackie Herring from the United States, the Ironman European champion in 2024. Second place at the Athletic Brewing Ironman 70.3 Oceanside 5 weeks ago. And today, continuing that great form in the bronze medal position. In third place at the Athletic Brewing Ironman Oceanside just recently, she was third place, Danielle Lewis, and now today she finds herself swapping her position with Jackie Herring 5 weeks later. And Paula Finlay, who did take the gold medal in Oceanside. So the same podium for the Athletic Brewing Ironman Oceanside and the Intermountain Health Ironman 70.3 St. George North American Championship goes to Paula Finlay and to Danielle Lewis and to Jackie Herring. Now the athletes will celebrate with flowers and athletic brew. So what a great day. Same podium, 2 races in a row there, Danny.
Yeah, cheers to them. Great racing, and definitely enjoying the moment now after some really, really tough racing. We heard it from all the interviews. The run, of course, was brutal. The heat was on, and yeah, they showed a really great show for us.
Paula Finlay just having fun up there as well. So what a great day, just overlooking this beautiful part of the world, southwestern Utah. It has just been absolutely incredible racing here today. Danny, favourite moments?
I mean, my favorite moment was probably Lionel Sanders saying he felt absolutely bad in the run and still did a 1:11. Just shows that amazing level these athletes are on. Great racing from everyone. I think we definitely saw lot of grit and a lot of motivation. So yeah, loved watching it. And I mean, can't get enough of these red rocks. So I always love watching these sceneries.
Yeah, and early season woes. You know, unfortunately, Magnus Dietlev having a few issues on the bike today. Then you go back to, you know, Vittorio Lopez, who gave us such a great, 2/3 of the race today, out there on the swim, doing a thing, out there on the bike, just really digging deep. And then on the other side of things, you know, Chelsea Sodaro, our Ironman world champion, just still being a little bit ill, so we do wish her well on the way to recovery as she gets to start her season just a little bit later than normal, so we do wish her well in recovery too. So just looking over this, we got the race standings coming up momentarily here. We know it was a great day for the Canadians, but also for the Americans, and we'll take a look at the Ironman Pro Series standings as well. So Danny, it's been a great day here, and we'll take a look at it right now. So taking out the race today, earning a maximum of 2,500 points, Lionel Sanders and Sam Long, 2,366. Colin Such, he got 2,130. Kevin McDowell and Jake Birtwistle rounding out the top 5. And Danny, Ben Hamilton had a good race from New Zealand too.
Absolutely, in 6th place. Then we have Jackson Laundry, 7th place. Seth Ryder, also great race from him in 8th place. Matthew Hansen, 9th, and Mark Dubrick rounding up the top 10 in 10th place.
In our women's series, Annie Reichman, she's leading the series at the moment with Chloe Lane, but Maya Stage Nielsen. But let's go over and look at today's race here. It was Paula Finlay that got the job done with maximum points of 2,500. Danielle Lewis, Jackie Herring, same podium as Oceanside. Just recently, Simone Mitchell and Lotta Films getting it done. Just 1937 from Lotta.
Yes, and then we have Lydia Russell in 6th, Lisa Becheras in 7th place, Jocelyn McCauley in 8th, Laura Sidal in 9th, and Nicole Falcaro in 10th place.
That's right. So there are your standings after the race today. And then we go over to our overall point standings. It's Ben Hamilton that's now climbed up into the lead with Cam Worth, both racing today. You can see highlighted there. Rudy von Berg in 3rd. Jonas Schomburg having a great start to the 25 season. Jake Birtwistle racing today with 68.63. And then KB, Christian Blumenfeld, in 6th.
Yeah, he's only raced twice, so 6th place is okay for him for now. Magnus Ditlev in 7th. He still made up some points with today. Dominic Swiefka in 8th place, and then Leon Chevalier in 9th. And the top 10, Gaspar Storns, losing a bit today, but the season is not over. And yeah, it's all about how many races they've done. So soon there's going to be some changes again.
Anna Reichmann from Germany leads our women. Chloe Lane, Maya Stage Nielsen from Denmark, Kat Matthews, who raced in Ironman Texas, and Paula Finlay having a great day today, sitting at 5,000 points. She's got 2 wins in 70.3 races.
She definitely got out the maximum, making up 13 spots. Then we have in 6th place Tamara Jewett, Alice Alberts in 7th, Marta Sanchez in 8th, Danielle Lewis coming also up to 13th place, or making up 13th place in 9th, and Jackie Herring as well, getting into the top 10 with the amazing performance today.
Well, very good for our athletes here today. What a great day it was here in southwestern Utah. Thanks for watching the final edition of the Intermountain Health Ironman 70.3 St. George North American Championship. This has truly been an epic venue, and the Ironman staff, volunteers, community, and all the athletes have left a profound and positive legacy on the land of endurance. In addition to this race, St. George has hosted 2 Ironman 70.3 World Championships and the Ironman World Championship. The next Pro Series race for Ironman is going to be broadcast May 18th next week in Ironman 70.3 Aix-en-Provence, with a great field lining up. For 5-time Ironman World Champion and 5-time Ironman 70.3 World Champion Daniela Reif, I'm Greg Welch, saying so long for now.
Or otherwise distributed or used in any form without express written consent of World Triathlon Corporation.